whiskey capitalist has done all the things, and so they are goated.
I see this show becoming like the Rumble's Howard Stern show.
If you could have any guest on the show, dead or alive, who would you pick and why?
Jeffrey Epstein.
And why?
Top of me, I'm like, oh God, Leslie, I'm dying, and then all she could do was, of course, laugh at my misfortune.
I died laughing. I was literally teary-eyed laughing.
He's got the hookups.
Really, Davey?
What?
That's okay, Amanda. We're gonna spoon. It's okay. Hello, Arrow. How are you, sweetheart?
I don't need a soundboard because I got Gina's mouth.
Pause.
So what I said.
You gotta pull your pants down further.
No.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Stanley is so much better.
I don't know. I bust better than you, know.
Can I take your pants off?
See, you guys are fucking killing it out here. Holy fuck! Absolutely insane.
We do what we can.
Absolutely awesome. Oh my lord. Blown away. Blown away.
Wow, that spitting really is unlike you, isn't it?
If I'm about to watch porn, I'm probably ready to see some dick.
Yeah, I think this could with this flavor. I think this would rock.
Oh, you didn't tell me my bra was out.
Why would I tell you that? Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to.
It's a little different over here, Ash.
Yeah, about something. What we've done, chat, is fuck up. I mean,
I have a different meat tonight.
There's no meat coating it. There's no I don't know, seasoning.
Wait, I'm gonna pause you for 1 second there, doll, because we have an amazing raid from Handy News. Burr, 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 burr.
Raid
Folks,
mode has been enforced.
Raid mode has been enforced. Folks, if you know what to do. Folks, you know what to do. If you are not yet following Mr. Handy News yourself, please make sure to give his name a click. Follow him and Miss Da over at Handy News. They're an amazing tag team duo couple. We absolutely love everyone over there. And folks, if you are not yet following us over here at Third Railify, please make sure to do us. I said what I said. Give us a like, give us a follow, tickle our notification bell, and hope you stay for the ride.
Damn right.
Well done. That one's also going to be made into a short.
That's so going to be made into a short.
Yeah, I can see it now.
Well, we got some voters in here too, Shawn.
Yep, I'm bringing up the wheel. But yeah, so chat, as I said, we basically screwed up. There's no seasoning it or whatever. We're not doing our boots nothing debate. We're not doing flank. What is it? Flank steak?
Flat iron versus sirloin.
Flat iron versus sirloin. We're not doing that tonight because we have something way better. It's still meat related because as you
I am a meat suit.
As you can see, we do have 123MadAsh. He's a masculine meat mountain, so that
Yeah, right.
that's better than just debating steaks. We can debate life, the universe, and everything with a meat mountain.
With the meat mountain. Yeah,
So
right.
that's it. Yeah. So that's that. So Colty says, "Welcome to Rumble Dark, everyone." Well, or After Dark. Well, I mean, a lot of people have been here.
Hello, Colty.
I mean, it's been a bit. It's been a minute since Kevin has been in here, or Tri-Stater, or Super Trucker. It's been a minute, but I'm glad you guys are here.
We need to have Handy and Da on. Am I going to have?
We do need to have Handy and Da back so we can talk about some weird shit in the world.
There's so much weird shit going on in the world. This week has been weird.
Yes,
Yeah.
it has. I would agree.
Yeah.
Well,
I always love talking to Handy and Da about, like, those like temples that seem to be like they're like
Like under the Sphinx.
They're like
Oh, yeah.
they're like, I don't know if they're like in Asia or wherever, but they're like carved so perfectly, like a mile underground or whatever, and 10,000 years ago, and you're like, how is that possible? That could have been done. It's like always the weirdest shit, and you're like, I don't know. Maybe some guy could have done it with precision tools that didn't exist, but I don't know. It's a mystery.
I mean, maybe. With tools from something that has been washed away from long ago, and it's just a reset, and it's a reset for all humanity and mankind, possibly.
You know what? I am more and more believing that it's just a simulation.
I'm with you.
And the crazy thing is, so a lot of people will say, oh well, a simulation theory, that's just believing in God with the extra steps. And I go, you know what? I don't even give a shit about that. Because what if it's not?
No.
All right, Kevin.
The Quartering had mentioned your X account and a post you had made on a video the other day. I didn't realize he followed you. Me?
Interesting.
Yeah, Shawn.
Interesting.
He doesn't follow me.
Are you sure?
Quartering doesn't follow me. I'm a mod of his. He doesn't follow me.
I'm gonna go investigate.
All right, if you guys want to, what did he say? Was it positive? Was it negative? At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter.
No, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter, but I've said some shit that maybe I shouldn't have.
I feel you. I always say shit I probably shouldn't.
No, listen, I am a mod of his, and I'm not really doing active mod duty, but I'm a mod of his, and so I don't. Everything's always alleged, right? You always try and speak in professional enough terms. Since Third Railify is a company, it is an actual lawful business now that Gina and I run. We are trying to get in that inner circle with Rumble. We're kissing ass just a little bit. You have to play the game.
Yeah.
As edgy as we are, and we're quite. We always go to that line of what is the craziest thing that Rumble would want to defend us saying, being a freer speech platform.
I don't even know what his X handle is.
So I, especially dealing with other channels and whatnot. So is he a cuck? Maybe maybe not. It's alleged, right? So that's how I speak about it, but who knows?
I always have the viewpoint of I don't give a shit. I'm going to say what I'm going to say, whether you like it or not. And I don't care about making money on this channel. Honestly, I just care about getting out information that I find to the people.
Oh yeah, making money is one of our top priorities. I mean, only because it puts fucking folinic acid in my autistic kids.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's why I even started this is to look after all the autism that I have.
And those oregano gummies have done wonders in my house. I think I want to start the folinic acid for Emma's brain.
You think so?
Yeah, why not?
If it works, it works.
Well, I mean,
TSC 90. So, folks, I'm going to pause you and Mr. Ash for 1 second. Folks in the chat, if you did vote in the Potties Award right now, if you could throw the little flashy I voted sign in the chat right now so we can get you guys all in as we move on to learn more about Mr. MadAsh. TSC 90 over on Pilled said, I voted, and hello, Ash. And Bean Band said, 123MadAsh. Hello, sir.
Well, hello. And hello, everyone out there.
Jana says you're a good dad, Shawn. He is a great dad. All right, Shawn. You see the votes coming in.
That's my purpose. Yeah, I am finding them. Oh yes. Right. Rick. That's the one I was maybe missing.
Yeah, Brooke, do it all over my like button.
But yeah, so I don't know. I'll have to investigate. So he said that on a live stream. The Quartering did.
No, on our X post.
What did he say? I'm
I don't
interested.
know. I can't find it. I don't even know. But why don't you pop in all of those voted? Did you see all those voteds?
Yeah. Nightwolf, I got you. Finn Boy, and I know. Whenever I do go into the Courting's chat, I do see Kevin in there. So if he heard it, he heard it. Like I trust him.
I think it was an X post. He said, "Love."
I thought it was an X post that he was commenting on his live stream. On a
Oh.
VOD. I'm looking on a VOD, eh?
Oh, we're on a VOD. You're on a VOD. He's looking for it. Thanks, Kevin. That'll burn a hole into Shawn.
If she knows me, it will. My ADHD will be like, I need to know. My precious. Like, you know what I mean? Finn Boy.
It would bother me too if I didn't know either. I understand.
Hey, Finn Boy. Some tradition might be in order, sir.
Yeah, we have some tradition. So, folks, I'm going to start this off while Shawn gets everyone's voted in there. But as you can see, we have 123MadAsh on tonight. And no, this is not just Gina's account. This is actually Third Railify. And we kind of merged a little bit. We got Ash over here, and I'm super pumped and super excited. So why don't you tell all the boys and girls who you are and where they can find you to start off.
Okay. I am Ash. I'm over at Rumble at 123MadAsh. You can find me with Wondercast at 8 p.m. Central Time on Saturdays. This Saturday, I will not be having a Wondercast. I'm going to be having a shorter lineup show. It's going to be a Light Side Radio Wondercast special. There's going to be a topic of the night in there as well. It's going to be a little bit shorter, about an hour and a half. Normally, I go about 2.5, 3 hours for my main topic of the show for a Wondercast. And at the beginning of the Wondercast, I have the spiritual information with the Law of One information, topic of the night, and then I get into the weirder and weirder stuff as the night goes on with every 30 minutes. I do music videos all night long, except for in the spiritual portion. And then, of course, the Light Side Radio Wondercast special, which is going to be this Saturday. It's going to have every 15 minutes. We're going to have music videos in there. So it's a little bit closer on the music videos approximately. And then, of course, a little shorter of a topic. And then on Tuesdays, I'm going to be having the Light Side Radio show. And I go from 3 p.m. Central Time all the way up until 9 p.m. Central Time until I get into K-Star's Movie Night, which might I add, K-Star's Movie Night, I'm going to let you know right on here because I do have it with me. Her movies this coming Tuesday is going to be 1 Mile Chapter 1 and 1 Mile Chapter 2. So
nice.
If you want to do the music video thing and the movies thing,
it's like a big choo-choo train because you start at Ash, you go to K-Star, and then K-Star usually comes to Third Railify.
Yep. That's how it usually goes. Yep.
The fun train.
Yep, the fun train.
It is a fun train.
Get him on the train.
Yeah, that's pretty much where you can find me. I'm pretty much a Rumble guy, so you can't really find me anywhere else.
It's true.
Yep. Yeah, we're kind of Rumble guys, but we're also on YouTube and Pilled.
Yeah, I'm
Pilled's
thinking
pretty good.
about
I like Pilled. Pilled's solid.
I'm thinking about YouTube just for like some like shorts, and then possibly try
I think you would crush
pirate
it on
people over to Rumble through that means and method.
You could. I think you would do really well on Pilled.
Yeah,
you would do well on Pilled.
100%. I do great on Pilled. They love my stuff, and when you're on my show, I'm on Pilled as well, and they love it. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, in fact, we already have Bean Band in the Pilled going 123MadAsh Henro, sir.
Well, hello.
So, yeah.
It's a rate train.
We're gonna give YouTube monetization one last kick of the can before I delete everything.
I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking about
doing. Come back and go. No, you're still a Nazi. I'm like, well, I mean, you're not wrong.
You went about it the wrong way by making fun of a pedophile, a dead pedophile.
I did. Like
he made some comments about,
So I used to do like Tim Pool or the quartering kind of style videos, right? A stream of consciousness, reading a story that I don't really know much about, but I'm gonna really fucking pretend like I do, and you're gonna believe me. Anyways, I was tried to vaguely stick to the things I actually did know about, which was usually like crime and law, right? Because police school and all that. So I had sort of some background. So, anyways, during one of the lulls in the Epstein stuff, it was when like the files were possibly going to come out again, and some names might be trickled out. And so I did a video, and because everything else in the news was dead, and it was kind of a boring video. I remember editing the video and being like, oh, God, if I can't edit this thing, nobody's going to watch it. I can't. There's only so much jokes and entertainment you could put in a thing, right? And I was just so bored. And they're like cyberbullying and harassment. I'm like, a dead pedophile? That's not legal. That's not law anywhere in the world.
I don't even know how they can even get to that, with all of that, because that don't make any sense. A dead guy. Come on, a dead guy?
A dead guy. Yeah. And then, so I appealed that and like, no, cyberbullying harassment. And then so my 6 months ended or whatever. And
well, I should say it, supposedly a dead guy.
Well, that's what I mean. Maybe he's not really dead, and they were like, "Yeah, we
cyberbullying
really can't
and harassment
tell
means
you."
that person is alive.
Yes.
And then, not cyberbullying and harassment means that person is alive and they reported it.
Maybe he did.
Right?
Maybe he did.
As in Epstein watched my video and was like, God, this guy sucks.
Gina.
Click, that kind of thing. So,
I don't know. But I'm a strong believer he's in Israel. That's my personal opinion. I mean,
I think he's alive too.
Yep. That's my personal opinion.
So then when the time expired where I could like redo the thing, they changed it. They said, actually, we are reviewing your stuff, and it's actually
I love you, Coltsy. Thank you.
Oh God, what did they say? That I'm like inciting hatred or something like that. I was like, what do you mean? What?
Of a guy that...
I basically I sort of got audience captured on YouTube, where most of my audience was women. One, because I'm handsome, but two, because I was covering so much crime, because that's sort of what I knew, what I liked, right? So teachers diddling students, or sometimes a guy humping a cow, or something of that nature, right? And women like to watch that.
Yeah, women are weird.
No, women like true crime, and that's sort of a thing. Is this more appropriate lighting?
Little less on that side you just turned up.
True bestiality crime.
Well, because some of the stories about guys, there was like a guy who was found dead in a field, and it was because he went to work on a farm, and he was doing farm stuff, and then he went to take a break. It was like first break of the day. He went to go fuck a cow.
Good Lord.
And the cow disagreed.
Well, I bet.
And kicked him in the chest, and he died.
Well, I mean,
and they found him with his pants around his legs, and they're like, "What the fuck is this?" Right? And that's a crazy story. And then one of the there was a court case for the trout for clout, when the lady did a thing with a fish that shouldn't have been done. That went to court, and I covered that, but for some reason it was just like, no, you're inciting hatred. I'm like, no, I'm covering law stuff. Like,
right?
Yeah, but made fun of Jeffrey Epstein. I'm like, so I deleted everything. I was like, we'll start again. I deleted everything, but I didn't fully understand about how the public watch hours go. I nuked all my hours. And since at that point, I had already started doing just live streams that no one was watching, because they're not into that content. They're into me doing standalone videos where I talk about crime. And it's hard to get them back. And so
what I do, baby boo?
I figured now, once maybe I get those watch hours back,
you might.
I can give another kick at the can. They can reanalyze my shit and see that I'm not doing those anymore. And maybe, just
hate us
maybe,
for another reason.
Maybe they'll come up with something else.
You almost have to be about as neutral and bland, or as liberal as possible, to be able to get away with anything.
That's not me. I can't pretend. I tried to pretend. It's too hard.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of YouTube. That's the reason why I don't even try, really. I am thinking about doing the whole salty bit and going over there and pirating some people away by doing, small videos explaining some stuff, maybe like the law of one or something like that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't see the point. I mean, because the stuff that I talk about, they're gonna flag me. They're gonna flag me eventually for something that I talk about.
Some of the stuff that I've done, which is why I completely quit YouTube on I said our Saturday show, Ash, because you're on there all the time.
Yeah.
But most of our videos, and not just yours, a lot of mine get fucking taken down or copy struck, and I just said screw it. I'm not even gonna bother with YouTube anymore. I wasn't growing there.
Yeah.
It wasn't the thing. And then I found out about Pilled, and I absolutely love Pilled, and Rumble's been amazing. I love the people here. It's a great platform.
The only thing I can think of for you to do possibly, or is to maybe do some shorts for YouTube, and then maybe have a way to link people back to Rumble or Red
I don't
Pill
think our
or
shorts
whatever.
would fly. I don't think they'd fly.
I think they
they'd
would.
fly?
I just need your information, and I can drop them over there too.
You can have that.
I don't know.
All right. So
That's the only thing I can think of anyway.
we have.
Have you? Oh, Tommy's gonna be in Nashville in 2 days. He's gonna be in the States.
Okay, that's good. We have something here called
Jerry.
The Tradition.
Okay.
Welcome, Ash.
Welcome to tradition. All right.
Welcome to tradition.
The Tradition. And it's The Tradition is powered by our memer in chief, Finboy. And this is The Tradition. Just so you can get a glimpse of it. These are our friends, Bailey, Amelia, and Nick.
Okay.
A beautiful white couple. Our friend, Dead Mom Alive.
Okay.
A lovely, not black woman. One of the lights of my life. Our very own, just Gina.
Got a
Friend of
hell
the
of a tan.
Friend of the show, Jim
Jim
tells
tells you.
Other friend of the show,
Davey.
Simply Davey.
Simply.
Netflix Gina. Oh.
You may recognize this man or not, but the one and only,
Tommy.
the real Tomby.
The real Tomby. That's an epic beard. I like that beard.
Right?
Some other friends, Richie, Sammy Threepeat. For some reason, they look like Jeets, but it's all right. The lovely Mega Mew. And I imagine you know of a job less. The tradition went in the other way for him. And now, I don't know. This is 123 Fried Chicken Ash.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's another epic beard.
I swear, if I had a guy out there that looked like that, I would take a picture next to him.
Right?
You
That'd
now
be awesome.
you now look like, I don't know, the guy who mugged Ash.
That's awesome.
That we do that for everybody's first time on the show. It's the
Welcome to the
tradition.
club, Ash.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. It's I love that. Finboy is so good.
Gotta get yourself a resident memer. It's great to have one on site. You can literally say anything, and he's like magic. He's like the Fairly Odd Parents.
Colty says, welcome Ash to the club.
Oh, appreciate it, Colty.
Yeah, we were like, what else did we say? We said something, and it
Oops.
was oh yeah, we said something about said something about like Danny being a starving child, and then a meme of Danny being a starving child. And it's one of my favorite. Oddly,
Yeah,
it's one of
Rick escaped it. Rick escaped it.
like, how
Oh.
fast can you do this stuff? He's like, he Finn being from being from Quebec, he's like, very fast, and I'm like, indeed. So yeah, that's that.
I'm glad we finally have you here.
I know, right?
And it's kind of like an interview because we want to know all about Ash, and our peeps want to know all about Ash, who you are, what you do. You did a little touch around, so now we're gonna kind of ask you some fun questions, and we usually start off with, how did you come up with 123MadAsh?
Well, that was a story from way back when I was on YouTube. I'm still there. It started off, I was just trying to do Mad Ash. The reason why I wanted to do Mad Ash is because it has two reasons for that. Because, one, you're mad grr, and one, you're mad, ooh, whimsical, crazy. So I figured, Mad Ash fits. So I tried Mad Ash. Somebody already had that name, believe it or not. So I was like, well, what can I do next? Let's see here. Let's try 123MadAsh. And I tried that and it worked out. So it went from there. And then I decided, I'm going to Rumble. So I was like, let's just use the same name. So I used the same name over here. Believe it or not, nobody took it yet. So that's how it kind of happened. But it has a lot to do with Mad Grr and Mad Whimsical Crazy Ash. Yeah, it's a little bit of mixture of
Like
both.
the Mad Hatter.
Yeah, Mad Hatter. Yeah, it has a lot to do with that too. Yeah, that has a lot of it with everything with the whole Mad Ash thing. Yeah.
See, I was telling Gina a little earlier that I was pretty sure actually what it was is you were the evil twin or the nemesis of ABC Happy Ash. And
Well,
it's kind of a little bit like the Highlander, and obviously there can only be one.
Yeah,
and
of course.
123MadAsh was victorious, and ABC Happy Ash is dead, and you took his power.
Well, I don't know. I think I killed the Mad Ash. I think the real Mad Ash, the one that was really, really angry. That one's gone. That guy's gone. So it's more of the whimsical, crazy Mad Hatter Ash at this point in time. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at this point. I was that mad guy, though. I was at one point in time. A lot of the people who are here in the chat that knew me from back in the day would probably attest that I was that guy back in the day. But be honest with you, the Law of One connected me more back with God than anything, quite honestly. It brought me back, and I started looking at life a little bit differently, and things started changing for me. And I started seeing things in a different light, so to speak.
Oh, you popped up with my number 5 question.
Man, if I had hair.
Oh my God. You look like an entirely different person.
I do, don't I?
It looks like he's trying to be like Chad Kroger or whatever. Like he's auditioning for Nickelback.
Yeah, it looks like the dude from Nickelback. Yeah. Wow.
It's nice.
I love you, Finn. So that is actually one of my other questions is what can you tell us about the law of one material, and why did it resonate with you when it did?
Well, I would say I've always kind of felt like the information in the Law of One was correct without even reading the information. When I read it, it was just like, really? This is a thing? Like I've always kind of felt that connection already to the words that was in there without even reading it.
Yeah.
And when I started reading it and I started putting pieces together of things that I've dug around in history and things that I've done, art history, all the connections and things that were going on there, and then seeing, how it all matches in with, the ancient God type of concepts and all of that other stuff that, no, don't get me wrong. I don't believe in the, many gods thing. I do believe that there are beings out there that were misrepresented as gods.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't necessarily believe that, there's many, many gods and that kind of concept. But I believe in one creator. We're all one with the one creator, no matter how you look at it. That's kind of where it kind of, stems from, the idea of the law of one. And it kind of gives you a cosmology of how everything is built in the afterlife. Well, it's more than the afterlife, quite honestly. It's the afterlife. It's the lives that we have even after our life here. And it goes all the way and progresses all the way up through the 7 densities that we have. Right now, we're in our 3rd density form right here, this flesh vehicle that we're in right here. That's kind of where it goes from. I mean, each density, first density is like molecules, chemicals, elements, compounds, things of that nature. Second density is all of those things coming together to create life. And that is the animals, plants, fungi, microbes, all of that stuff. And then to escape out of second density concepts, you basically have to come to the conclusion of consciousness. And then once you escape out of there, you go into the 3rd density. And then that's where we get to basically make choices. 3rd density is all about choices. It's about either going towards the light, the good side, or the darkness. And you try to sort yourself out in this reality that we're living in right now. 4th density is after we've made the decision and we've parted our ways, so to speak. Light and dark has separated. And that's where we get into the eternal fight in heaven that is talked about in the Bible. Or as some in the Viking belief system would call it Valhalla. Then 5th density is essentially higher up ranking within the angelic and dark realms. Then you're getting essentially into the generals of the armies of the war. And then 6th density is where there is no more darkness. Darkness has fallen off the path, and they have merged back. The ones that have decided to merge have merged back with the love and light. And then it continues on into the 7th density. And then the 7th density is essentially becoming more one with the creator and eventually merging back with the one creator. But yeah, that's essentially a real quick synopsis of what the 7 densities are.
So then you believe in Valhalla then?
Hell?
No.
Valhalla.
Valhalla.
Well, I believe in an eternal war in heaven. Yes.
Specifically, the Norse version of heaven.
I believe in a eternal war in heaven.
Because, there's 2 ways. There's only 2 ways to get there.
But I believe in an eternal war in heaven.
You die a warrior or 2, your woman smothers you to death while you're eating her pussy.
Valhalla,
as per the words of Odin himself.
I believe in a eternal war in heaven. Yes.
Yeah.
So as she's on your face, Ash, and you're struggling for breath, the last breath you take, you just scream, Valhalla. I'm coming.
Yep. Well, I mean, I would say that there is definitely an eternal war in heaven. It's going to be forever. It's a forever war because it's light versus dark until they figure out how to not do that. Until they figure out that the one creator had the right path originally from the get-go, which was the love and light, which is the good path. And eventually those dark beings, they're going to have to come to that conclusion. Even as deep of a dark hole as they've dug them for themselves, they'll eventually come to that term, that term of belief system. It'll have to be upon their death.
Yeah.
But that's when it'll happen. And yes, these beings that are devils and demons, yes, they do die, just like we do.
This is true. This is true.
But yeah, I feel a real strong connection to the law of one information. We'll just say that. And I've also found through my own crystal work stuff that I do, as well as remote viewing stuff that I've researched, that a lot of the law of one information is pretty on point, at least from what I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Take that for what you will.
What is actually? That's one of my questions. It's like you know me too, Ash. We kind of lead each other in certain ways here. So, what is your take on remote viewing? Have you ever tried it yourself, and what were your results?
I have not done remote viewing myself, but I do believe in remote viewing because our government believes in remote viewing. They use
already
it.
put those out.
They use it. CIA used to use it, and they took it blacker and darker. They've also outsourced it to other sources outside of themselves as well. I know John Vivanco and his team, they get outsourcing to them on a regular basis from different sources. We'll just say that. I don't know exactly. They won't tell exactly what their sources are and who they are being asked from. But it's a thing. I believe that remote viewing can be used for a lot of good things. And it can be used for a lot of bad things too, depending on the people behind it.
Yeah.
But it's not 100% perfect. You're looking at probably the more people you have looking at a said topic, the better, because that way you can take essentially all of those individuals. How it works is, and just for those who don't know how remote viewing works in a setting. You're taking essentially a topic, you're putting it into an envelope, and then you're putting a number on that envelope. You're not all right. So only one person out of that whole group knows anything about what's in that envelope. The rest of the people who are remote viewing the topic, they will be given a number, the number on the envelope. And from the number on the envelope, they'll do their thing, and then they'll see what they can see, feel what they can feel, whatever the case may be for those individuals who do this type of stuff. And then they'll write it down. And then they'll compile all this information together from all their people that they've had remote view it. And then they'll sort through it and they'll see, okay, well, this stuff right here repeats on a regular basis. Keep that. This stuff right here, we'll see here and there from time to time. We'll keep that. The stuff that's on the way out in the periphery that nobody else really sees except for like one person, maybe, they'll throw that out. And then it might be true. It may not be true. That's the thing. But they want to make sure that they narrow it down to the most true information that they can possibly get at from their remote viewing standards. Okay. Yeah. And then they'll take that information in, they'll analyze it. And then from that information, they'll figure out what they see and what's going on. But anyway, yeah, I agree. I think it works. A lot of remote viewing information from different sources will agree almost 100%. And what's funny is if a remote viewing group sees something, it's another remote viewing group can go over the top of it and actually remote view if they're telling the truth or not. Oh. So you can't really fool a remote viewing group. So it's just best to tell the truth.
Would you ever try it?
I mean, I would love to learn. I just don't know anything about how to do it. I don't know if I can settle my mind long enough to be able to do the remote viewing tasks. But I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
But I would like to learn. If I had the opportunity to learn from anybody, it would probably be from John Vivanco and Heather Offord. If I had to take
you mentioned them a lot, yeah. 95 Sporty says the military has studied that. They have studied it. The CIA has come out and said it. They've also released their findings and their papers on it. You can go to the CIA.gov website and it's all there.
Yep.
I don't know what Finn sent you, but he's telling you to stay strong.
I'm struggling.
Oh no. What did he do to our Ash?
Ash, indulge me for a moment.
Yep.
I need to ruin your evening.
Oh no.
Oh Lord.
This for your sensibilities and the sensibilities of YouTube is a cropped photo. There is much penis cropped out of this photo.
Much everything else too.
Much penis cropped out of this photo. It's the biggest, blackest dick you've ever seen, or I've showed the chat. Because Jaws' face was on here one time, and that wasn't cropped, and everyone was like, "No, that's the biggest, blackest dick I've ever seen." So, your face oddly fits this body. It's crazy.
It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's c The chat is dying. They love it.
Yeah, that's
Shawn's speechless right now.
because I'm sitting here listening intently because what Ash says is important, and this is here on my large TV. That's my monitor, just here looking at me, and I go, there should be a big penis right there.
Yikes is right. 95 Sporty.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Begins to clean.
Finn's trying to get me to
teeth.
do a spit take.
Yeah, he's trying to get Shawn to spit.
I have so much electronics here. If I spat all over it, I'd be furious.
All right. So you talk about the CIA. They talked about the remote viewing. So the CIA and MK Ultra comes up a lot in your content.
Yeah.
Do you think those programs really ever ended?
No, they went deeper and blacker. Or deeper, blacker, and in some cases out in the open. Because I think a lot of the MK Ultra is now perpetuated on the masses at this point in time, in various forms. But at the same time, I think that MK Ultra is a specific targeted, pinpointed thing that can be used for individuals to make them do things, to make them think things, to make them admit to things, all of that. I think it's a thing. Yeah, for sure. With all the information that's come out from the CIA and everything else that has to do with MK Ultra, I would say yes. It's just deeper, darker, and blacker. And they know a lot more now than what they did back then.
Do you think that they're more advanced? Do you think they have more advanced technology now?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And do you think that they're more ballsy and they just don't care anymore? They yep, people already know, so we're just going to do it now.
I think that they're just, well, I don't know, because that stuff that got stole from Tulsi's office, that was MK Ultra files and that was JFK files. Okay.
Yeah.
I find it interesting to hear recently that Tulsi resigns. She says it's because of her husband, but I don't think that's all the full truth. I think that she got the message loud and clear that she's not in control.
Yeah.
And I think that's really ultimately why she quit. Now, I find it interesting that Trump also said, I think recently, he said that even if they do find those files, he said that he probably wouldn't release them. I thought that was interesting that he said that. So I don't know what to think about that, quite honestly. I feel a little betrayed by that, quite honestly. I'm not a big fan of that. I think we should all have the truth when it comes to MK Ultra and JFK's assassination. That's been way, way past time to know the full truth. And I think I know reasons why, but I don't know if I want to say it on here.
You mean like the CIA was behind it? Oh, I'll say that for you.
And a certain nation that we're very fond of.
Oh, the Jews.
No, not just Jews. I'm talking about Zionists.
Oh, thems.
Yeah, I don't consider Jews and Zionists in the same term. One's the synagogue of Satan, and the other one's just trying to live their lives by their religious practice.
So I have some.
Sorry if I offended anybody out there, but I'm going to say what I'm going to say, and that is what it is.
Oh no, never apologize.
I have some. Well, I mean, sometimes apologize, right? Like if you accidentally call your wife fat, maybe apologize.
You know what I mean, you dingaling.
Yeah.
My dingaling. Anyways, so the psychic arms race was very real, as you guys know. In the early, and this is just a juicy fact.
Hey, Pac.
In the early
1970s,
1970s, the CIA, it freaked out over intelligence that the Soviets were dumping 60 million rubles a year into psychotronics and parapsychology research.
Yep.
America's response, you ask? Of course you would ask. Launch Scanate. And later, Grill Flame, Center Lane, Sunstreak, and then finally, Stargate Project at SRI and Fort Meade. They literally hired physicists like Russell Targ and Hal Puthoff to turn civilians into psychic spies because they were terrified of a psi gap. Nothing there's nothing tinfoily about competing with the Russians until you realize that both superpowers thought mind powers was worth very serious classified amounts of money.
Yep.
It's crazy. So I wonder, like, what could they have found?
Well, I can tell you right now that the arms race when it comes to the psychic warrior stuff is a thing, and the Russians were using them against us, and we were using them against the Russians. We were looking at things like, for instance, I don't know if many people know this, but remote viewers helped find Saddam Hussein. There's drawings out there that was released about the CIA. I think it was CIA that released it. That they said Saddam Hussein's going to be in this little cubicle thing with little air holes sticking out of it and all of that. Like, they drew it all out. So again, they knew what to look for. All they had to do was look for this type of a box or a thing and in a certain type of area. So they were using RV data to find Saddam Hussein. So again, I mean, it's a thing. These guys use this stuff on a regular basis. And it was an arms race.
Yeah. I have a question about that too, Nana. We'll get there, I promise.
Let's wait. Ingo Swan is a remote viewer. Allegedly, of course, a remote hacked a shield magnetometer or a magnetometer.
Okay.
Swan, an artist, an ex-Scientologist. I guess the guy who basically invented coordinate remote viewing was hooked up to experiments at SRI. They had a super sensitive quark detector buried under concrete and shielding, so nothing could affect it. This thing was impervious to literally everything. Not even the hand of God could touch this thing figuratively, right? Swan not only described the machine in detail, he supposedly made the needle move from across the room with his mind.
Really? I've never heard this story.
The CIA's ears perked up instantly because if one guy could do that,
Love you, Colty.
nothing
Love you, Colty.
and no one was safe from psychic snooping.
No one's safe from it. What was funny was the first time that Ingo Swan was being tested for his psychic ability. They had a box with a light that would come on the inside of it, and he was supposed to describe what he sees on the inside of the box. Okay. Well, anyway, he starts doing his remote viewing on it, and he says, "I don't see anything." And immediately the guys on the task were like, "Oh, this guy don't know anything. He's not really describing anything. He don't know what he's doing." And then he says, "No, it's not that. The light is off in the box. I can't see what's in the box." And then they said, "Really?" They went over there and they checked it. Sure enough, the light was off in the box. He couldn't see inside of it.
He wasn't lying.
He wasn't lying. So again, there is something to this, remote viewing stuff. I'm a strong believer in it. Now, again, looking into the future, not so good, because whenever you this is how I was explained by John Vivanco. He's a remote viewer anyway. He said that when you look at the future, it's like you're destabilizing the future events. So like when you look at it, it's almost like the creator goes, no. You're not going to be able to see what's going to happen for this future event.
Mm-hmm.
And then the event changes. And it could be any reason why the event changes. Maybe you're giving out this information and now poof, now it's not going to happen because there are people or events or things that's going to happen to prevent that from happening. Or if you're looking at a future event, it might just go back to the whole concept of, well, you can't know the future because the creator won't allow it. So again, we got to, when it comes to future events, remote viewing is not a good thing to use. But
Well, no, because the light and the dark can both remote view. So if you're showing everybody what's going to happen, then both sides have time to prepare.
Right. And then on the other end of the spectrum, like present things, there are caveats to that too. Like, for instance, if you're searching into a present moment, let's say you're looking at an object and you're wanting to find said object. Let's say somebody moves it between now and then.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's going to be changed. That's going to change. If the object or thing has legs or a mind or whatever, any of those types of things could change things about within the present moment. It goes right back to my crystal work stuff that I do as well. Like, present moments could change on a regular basis. Like, for instance, I have an example. A friend of mine, Darth, he was having some problems, and we were all wanting to get together for a big hangout together. And he was kind of questioning on whether or not he was going to show up. And what was funny was I was questioning with my crystal work. This is before I figured out that this is not a good thing to look into. And I was questioning through it, and I was like, is he going to show up? And one day it would say yes. Next day it would say no. And maybe even hours later, it might say yes or it might say no. And then finally, the day of, he actually went. And then one day I went up to him during the event and I said, look, I was like, dude, I got a question. I was like, when did you realize you were going to come out to this event?
Night, Rick. We love you.
And his response was, honestly, he goes, I was undecided up to the moment of the day of. Yep. And I said, well, that's the reason why I was getting yes and no, yes and no, yes and no for you showing up. That makes sense. Because again, his mind was changing from the moment to the moment on whether or not, I was going to get that clear information. Similar scenario with remote viewing. It's a very similar scenario.
Chop said, my understanding of remote viewing future events is similar to the inverse of the double slit experiment.
Kind of. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. Yeah, kind of like the inverse of that. Yeah.
Do you know the story of Pat Price?
I've heard of Pat Price, yes.
Pat Price, the ex-cop psychic. He drew Soviet secrets like it was Google Earth.
Oh.
Price gave the CIA what many consider the most impressive remote viewing hits on record.
Yep.
Given just coordinates for the ultra secret Semiplatinsk nuclear test site in the USSR, he described underground bunkers, cranes, support buildings, and even a giant gantry. Details later confirmed by spy photos.
I'm not exactly sure what a gantry is. What is a gantry?
And
I don't know.
I'm not either.
It's an overhead bridge-like structure, supporting equipment such as cranes, signals, cameras. It's a big thing.
Oh, okay.
Right. Okay. And details later confirmed by spy photos and intel. So all of that was there. Where he said it was. He also allegedly nailed other denied Soviet installations. Such as this facility is here, and the Russians said no, it's not, and then it turned out to be there.
Sure,
right? The government had a former police officer sketching top secret enemy bases from his couch. Think about the next time you hear the whole nothing to see here.
Well, I'm pretty sure Pat Price was also killed too.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure he was. It's questionable if the Russians did it, as I understand it, or if it was our own government did it because of the stuff that he was seeing.
Maybe he was seeing too much. Who says you can even control what you see?
Yep.
I
thought it was
They there's actually a handful of wild stories here. They remote viewed the Ark of the Covenant and got a location.
Do you know how they caught him?
That's a good question. It was it what? I wonder if they used RV data
They
on it.
say random.
Kind of makes you wonder. Or was he the plant MK Ultra? I've always wondered that myself.
Interesting take.
I've often wondered that myself.
Huh.
Because a lot of these cases of these bombers and people who shoot up places and all of that, I bet you if you were to go back and look through their records, a lot of them worked for either the government at some point in time, or they were affiliated with someone within the government or whatever. A lot of them are.
Chops wants to know, have you ever heard of the gateway method?
Gateway method. Sounds familiar.
Is that like a way to not get pregnant? Because I haven't used that one yet.
It sounds familiar to me. I think I've heard that before, but I don't know exactly. If you can explain it, maybe I can. It'll re-jog my memory.
All right, we'll give him a second because the lag is crazy.
Oh,
What do you mean we froze, Jana?
I don't want to freeze again.
No, not freezy.
Rumble crashed on me. Drop that.
Oh, I'm still good here.
Dang it, Crumble.
Uh-oh.
We'll give it a minute.
Dang it, Crumble.
Rumble crumbles.
It is what it is. Crumble crumbles from time to time.
Drop that question and everyone on stream freezes.
Maybe refresh. I don't know, baby.
Right. So they remote.
Oh
view.
no, we're frozen. Hold on.
Okay, we did this. We did this yesterday. Didn't we do this yesterday? Or is it the day before that?
Here we go, doing Rumble things. Rumble crashing out like a crackhead. Stream is broken. Blame me. I have bad luck. How many times do I have to refresh? Anna Bear says I'm back.
I guess I said too much about the CIA. Maybe I outed the MK Ultra plan too much.
I still don't think you have done that.
I'm joking. Maybe.
All right, so they remote viewed the Ark of the Covenant and got a location, which is wild.
Well, honestly, the location has changed multiple times.
Perhaps in 1988 under Sunstreak.
Remote viewers, different times have remote viewed it. It's changed multiple times. One point in time, it was in a cave protected by a higher density type being, and at another time, it was in a warehouse, kind of like in the movie Indiana Jones, quite honestly. So it has moved around a bit. I don't know where it's at, quite honestly.
In 1988, remote viewer number 32 is tasked blind with a target that turned out to be the Lost Ark. The viewer described it as hidden underground in the Middle East.
Cave, yeah, probably.
Quote unquote, dark and wet, protected by a power unknown to us.
Yep, that's the higher density thing I was talking about. That's exactly it.
The declassified documents are out there, and it's the same program that was supposedly to just research, which was hunting a biblical artifact with ESP, and it's crazy.
Yeah, I think they found it, and that's the reason why it's in a different location now. I honestly think that. I really believe that.
Anna Bear said it was definitely the subject.
Yeah, could be. Could be. I mean, I wouldn't put it past anything.
But as for remote viewing, so the everything, the film, The Men Who Stare at Goats.
Yeah, yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Speaking of goats,
that I feel like that was a hit piece for remote viewing. Quite honestly,
sober voted love.
Yeah, okay, I'll get that. So officially, quote unquote, it was terminated.
Yeah,
terminated in 1995 after $20 million, which is exactly what you'd say if you moved it into the black program.
Yeah,
nothing is terminated, like Ash says. It just goes further underground.
Just goes deeper.
The program went through a dozen code names, bounced between DIA, CIA, Army, INSCOM, and contractors. When they finally declassified it, the report was basically meh. It doesn't work.
Mm.
Yeah, we did the things. It doesn't work. It's declassified. We wasted money. Laugh at us if you want. We're not doing it anymore. Wink.
Wink, wink. Yeah, wink, wink.
But conspiracy circles and some former participants claim the really useful viewers and techniques just went deeper underground.
It
Once the
did.
government admits the mind can pierce space, time, and shielding, do you really think they can just stop using it?
Nope.
No, they'll be addicted to it.
And what's messed up is they thought back in the day, now this is according to Ingo Swann, they thought back in the day that they could just be these invisible soldiers, so to speak, and just go in and look for anything that they want to look for and not be seen. Well, another remote viewer, or here's the other one, a higher density type being that is of the 4th density or higher can see you.
Mm.
And that, and what's funny is Ingo talked about how he was remote viewing the moon, and he said that he was up on. He didn't know he was on the moon. He said that he was given coordinates and he was told to go to somewhere, and he started seeing grayish type material around him, and he looked like he was in some sort of a crater. And he said he saw a doorway in the side of the moon, what he assumed was the moon at that point. And he said he tried to go over towards the doorway to go inside, to look inside. And he said he saw something around in the crater, and he started focusing in on it. And then he realized that it was some sort of little beings, little guys. And he said that they started looking directly at him and pointing. And that's when he said that out loud to the guy who was the tasker, and the tasker immediately said, "Drop your pencil." He said, "Cut connection now."
Yeah,
Because,
usually if they see you, you're in trouble.
Yeah, he said, "Cut connection right now," because essentially what ends up happening is these beings, these higher density ones anyway, they can track you down based upon your remote viewing and where you're located. And if you still keep thinking about what you were looking at, that's like a tracer. So like the guy told him, he's like, "Look," he's like, "Well, I don't care what you have to do." He goes, "Go and like have fun, do something." He goes, "Get it off your mind." He goes, "Because if you don't, you might have a visitor in the next few nights."
Gina, were we talking about, or did you talk about, was in a show that we made or something for just Gina, about aliens, where people were looking into them and then the aliens started looking back?
Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah,
and then they were like doing all these things and the research and blah 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 blah, but then all of a sudden weird alien shit was happening, and they're like,
yeah,
it's like, well, if you're gonna look into us, we're looking into you.
Yep.
And then they're like, and I fucking quit. And the aliens like, yeah, we're not entirely done with you though.
Well, it's like I've heard these stories from different remote viewers. Like, John Vivanco gave a couple different stories about his remote viewing stuff, and he said that one time he was paid to look into, I think it was by, I want to say, this is as weird as it says, I think it was by like the Discovery Channel or something like that, but they were paying him to look into possible reasons why these particular fireflies, I want to say it was in South America or
we
Asia.
talked about this. While you tell Shawn, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick.
And well, anyway, where'd he go? But anyway, so as far as what he was looking at, he was just looking into why possibly these fireflies are going extinct.
Yeah.
Just something that simple. Well, anyway, he's in the middle of his remote viewing, and he says he gets this message in his head that says, "We're coming." And he just kind of blows it off like, okay, maybe I was just some weird stuff that was going on, maybe just nothing to this. Well, anyway, like 2 or 3 days later or something like that, he said he was sitting in his bed at his home, and these weird insectoid looking beings popped up in his room, and immediately he starts recoiling and starts kind of getting away from these things that popped up in his room. Well, anyway, the immediate thought that popped into his head after that was, stop, don't do that, it's like you're throwing bricks at us. And then they proceeded to tell him, hey, we're looking to save these fireflies that are in this nation, as like, because we're connected to them spiritually at some point down in the past, as like, and we need your help to try to save them. And his response was, look, I was like, I'm just looking into just the reasoning why they're dying. I was like, it appears to be something to do with pollution. I was like, I can't really help any more than that. You're looking at the wrong guy. And eventually they just left. But they were just wanting to get his help.
That's freaky.
Yeah. And another case he says he's had many cases with gray aliens. And again, the government just recently came out saying that gray aliens exist. And these gray aliens, he said, these are the ones that will likely hunt you down and try to find you. And a lot of times they'll erase your memory or whatever the case may be after they've hunted you down. But that's what they do. I mean, isn't
that possible that they are just us?
Well, to some extent, I think you're right.
They are just us from the future.
You're not wrong. Now, the remote viewing and crystal work and also the law of one tells the same story. Essentially, what it is all of these beings that are higher density than us, these fourth, fifth, and sixth and seventh density beings, they're all technically living in the future by all senses and purposes. They are out of sync time-wise with us, but at the same time, they can sync themselves up with us in our time, but it's a bit harder for them to do so. And they're also limited based upon certain rules that have been dictated to them to be able to do and not do. It's called the quarantine. That it gets back into why we are disconnected from a lot of the things that we saw in the Bible and all of that. It goes back into that. It goes back into the Book of Enoch and why we're disconnected from a lot of these beings is because there was a quarantine that was in place, and we're not allowed to essentially have direct contact unless if this gets into the weird stuff, unless if there are windows of opportunity. And a lot of our government agencies have basically kicked in the window and allowed these beings in. That's from what I've done digging on. It seems like that they've made a lot of deals with these beings, and it's not the good ones, not the good ones. They made deals to trade genetics for the purposes of getting technology. Hence the reason why we have black programs that deal in big time technology, and why the scientists that are going missing, in most cases, in my opinion, are going missing. So it gets back into black projects and trying to keep it all hush hush.
I don't know what I'm walking into, but Chops has a question.
How's your knowledge of psychic mirrors?
Is that kind of like Project Looking Glass? Is that what you're trying to? Is that what you're trying to get at?
123MadAsh. Is it just our government? Question mark, says Greg Ohio.
Oh, it's not just our government. Technically, it's you have different space programs. You have a corporate space program. You have a military space program, and then you have like the Illuminati deep project space programs. Okay, so two of the space programs kind of coincide together. The one with our government military, that's a little bit different. That gets into Space Force and stuff like that. So you're looking at about 3 different types of secret space type programs when you really get down into it. The Illuminati type programs, they have their own programs. I don't know much about them. but the Black Project ones, they don't have insignia. They wear only black. You hear about these guys from time to time from different people who blow the whistle. There was a guy, I can't remember his name, but he was in the military. He was trying to go in and help out a people that after that earthquake had happened, and he ended up seeing a Black Project's craft that was hauling something. He later believed it was human trafficking, possibly, after the earthquake. It very much could have been, quite honestly. It very much could have been human trafficking after the earthquake. There's a very high likelihood that's probably what it was. But at the same time, I'm not exactly sure. But there was a Black Project that was going on, and he said that none of them had insignia. They were only wearing black. And he said that they were very well trained, like well trained enough to where that they got the upper hand on their group, and they were very well trained as well.
Now, what's insignia again?
Any type of patches, anything that's on their clothing, they don't have any. They don't have any. It's all black. They wear only black.
Okay.
They don't wear anything but black. But at the same time, very well trained, have a lot of weaponry. So again, these are some of the Black Project special forces, if you will, that has to do with these types of craft. It's crazy, guys. I mean, if you look into Bill Barr's dad wrote a book basically about the stuff that they were doing behind the scenes.
China, Russia, Japan? ?
China. All right. So I've done some digging on those particular groups when it comes to the Black Projects. Now, Japan, I haven't really looked at too much, but China I've looked at, and Russia I've looked at. Russia does have their own program. That happened after Project Paperclip. So, they got their scientists, we got our scientists. And as I've done digging on this, it seems to be that the scientists that went over with Russia, they expanded on their program. And the ones that came over here expanded on our program. We had the DO weapons. We were working on the DO weapons, which were based around Tesla's technology. Mm-hmm. And the Germans didn't have that technology yet. They were trying to figure out what they were going to do with the anti-grav technology that they did come across. But at the same time, they couldn't really find a real good utilization for it because anytime that they dropped something really heavy from it, it would destabilize. And if they shot a gun from it, it would also go and it would destabilize. So they had to figure out a way to fix that problem before they could use it really in the war of any type. Mm-hmm. And they just couldn't find it. And it wasn't really functional. Now, fast forward to our programs mixed with theirs. Now we're getting into something that is functional. Now we're getting into something that is comparable. I would say comparable to what's out there from these higher density beings. You can, a lot of people go, well, are extraterrestrials real, or is alien, just in general aliens real, or is it all demons and devils and angels and stuff? Technically, all of it. Because we have, third density forms like us that's out there that are extraterrestrial, but they're so far apart, spanned from us, we're hardly ever going to meet up with them. But when it comes to the fourth and fifth density dark and light beings, that's the ones we're meeting up with on a regular basis. Those are the ones that they're talking about right now in the disclosure stuff. And if you remember, Anna Paulina Luna and all of them were saying you need to start reading the Book of Enoch. Yeah, I would say it's pretty close onto the concepts of it, because we're looking at essentially devils, demons, and angelic beings. Now, again, these are the terrestrial angelics, the terrestrial demons and devils, in a lot of cases, the fourth and fifth densities. Mm-hmm. But when you get into the higher realms of existence, the sixth and seventh densities, those are the non-terrestrial beings. Those are the true angelics, if you will. So, but that's from what I've done digging on this stuff anyway. What do you all think? I don't know.
Nana Bear said, E.T. go home. ET's been here.
ET has definitely been here for a while.
Not in the way I think we think.
Right.
I think me and Ash have talked about this before, and I'm on that level of the aliens. Are they real? Yes.
Yeah.
Do I think they came from outer space? No. I think they came from different densities. I think there are portals out there. I think in a lot of these forests, national forests, that the government has strictly cut off from people, that are not allowed to fly drones. You're not allowed to go there. They're highly guarded. Who knows? Maybe that's where they're coming in from. Maybe that's where they meet them. Maybe that's where things kind of get a little fuzzy in the Matrix. I don't know.
Could be. You're not. I mean, you may be onto something with that. Quite honestly.
So you know what's interesting about the observable universe?
Mm-hmm.
The word observable. It's only what we can see.
Exactly.
There's a universe and there's stuff beyond it.
Right.
We just can't see it. It's too far away. So we are within somebody's observable universe, and they're not within ours.
Right.
That means there's pockets of observable universes where there's stuff in between, and it can't be seen by anybody.
Right.
So, I mean, that's how big. That's how big space is.
Mm-hmm.
Or even if we can be seen, with the farthest, most advanced telescope or whatever, if you're looking at Earth right now, you're seeing something climb out of the primordial ooze, or you're looking at dinosaurs. If you're looking at Earth right now, you don't see us do this. You're looking at dinosaurs because the light would have to travel that far. You still see dinosaurs,
right?
That's the distance anything would have to travel. And little green men, whether gray or otherwise, they're not flying that distance unless they have something really cool where they go, well, the fastest way, blah blah blah. You take point A of space and fold it to B, and then there you go, and you're in the event horizon.
Yep.
Maybe if that's the possibility, but other than that, no one's flying anywhere.
That's why Ra talks about it as you're shifting with these ships from out of time space into space time, and then back into time space somewhere else.
So, I really, really believe if there's things, it would have to be basically the multiverse or other dimensions overlapping here.
Yep.
Are you a video game player at all?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Do you know the Witcher series?
Yeah, I've heard. Yeah, I've heard that. I've never played it, but I've heard of it. Yes.
One of my favorite video game franchises. So it's basically Earth, right? The version of Earth, very very old timey-wimey stuff. But there's monsters. All kinds of monsters, and you being the Witcher, you got to go and you got to kill monsters. A little bit of magic in it, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Right. The monsters aren't from Earth. There was in their lore in that story, there was something called the conjunction of the sphere. So it was basically Earth dimension and whatever monster realm briefly kind of like passed through each other and whatnot. And a lot of monsters came, and now they sort of an invasive species kind of thing.
Yep.
Speaking of invasive species,
that's not actually. I mean, it's a great video game story, but that's not exactly unreasonable to think something like that could possibly happen.
No.
Something came here that's not supposed to be here because it you know what I mean?
I also like World of Warcraft. I was a big World of Warcraft fan back in the day, and during the Legion expansion, that was pretty much exactly telling you what these types of beings are and where they come from. You're looking at the demons and stuff. They came from a whole nother world completely away, and they traveled on ships to get here. In that game, it was basically the Law of One information told to you in a video game format.
Yeah.
And I find that very interesting.
But I kind of, my own personal thing is I kind of feel like it is all a simulation.
It is.
Ben
Like,
said we might be the monsters that actually aren't supposed to be here too, Shawn.
Well, that's reasonable.
Well,
that's
again,
reasonable considering what we do to the environment that we're in.
Well, the law of one also says that we're living in a illusion or simulation, if you will. So
yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing that really sort of like bakes my noodle is oh, Kevin, is that it? Kevin might have found it. I'm gonna have to
sidetrack Shawn's ADD.
Crumbling tonight.
Oh my god, that's
Crumble is crumbling.
We'll address that later. I can't look at it or I'll get distracted. Thank you, Kevin. I love you and I appreciate you. Thank you. All right, so the thing is, if we play The Sims, right?
Yeah.
Is that a simulation? I think so.
Yeah.
So we are capable of doing simulations. A little crude, but does our sim characters have any thoughts? I mean, we don't really technically. I guess we don't know. It's ones and zeros, but could we be ones and zeros, but more sophisticated? I don't know. So if we can create a simulation, which I think ultimately we'll try to get to, could we be a simulation? Now, if we were a simulation en route to develop a simulation, could we be the simulation that a previous simulation made? And if that's the case, could that be a simulation of a simulation made? And then how many simulations in could we possibly be?
To be honest with you, it's darn near eternal.
It could theoretically be. Is it possible that the reason why everything is getting so fucky is that when you make a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy, shit starts to get weird, right? Did you ever see the Matrix film?
Yeah, I love it.
Well, there's a moment closer towards the end where they have a helicopter crash into a building.
Yeah,
it doesn't exactly crash incorrectly.
Right.
It kind of like hits.
Waves. Yeah.
And then it kind of like like it has to render, and it's a little fucky. And then all of a sudden, bang! It explodes like what we would think it would do immediately. And then it makes me think, well, yeah, okay, that's a big thing that would have to render in a simulation. Have we ever seen anything kind of like that before? That's a little fucky. Yeah, we did. 9/11.
Yeah.
A lot of people want to do all kinds of conspiracies about 9/11. And listen, there's a lot of fucky stuff on 9/11. I won't even,
Yeah.
But some of it is, some of the conspiracies are basically about why the plane looked so fucky going into the building. Maybe it's a simulation and putting a plane into a building is a big fucking rendering job.
Could be.
And it didn't render correctly. And that's why that looked so fucky.
Could be.
You know what I mean?
It could be.
And then like aliens and whatnot. Could that be ghosts? Could that be a literal glitch in our thing? And that double slit experiment or whatever, like you have to look at a thing in order for the thing to be real. So if a tree falls in the woods and nobody's there to hear it, does it make a sound? No, because the it didn't need to render it. You just come upon the tree fallen.
Unless if something was in that woods that needed to hear that sound or whatever, you get what I'm saying.
Yes, exactly.
Something had to be close.
The simulation will render it for you if it needs to. If not, you'll just come upon it fallen.
I personally believe there's a lot of truth to that, quite honestly. I think there is.
I've been baking my fucking noodle over this for like I don't even know how long.
Well, I can tell you that the law.
I feel like you're going to feel lighter tomorrow.
Well, I can tell you right now, the law of one would agree with you about the simulation thing. Basically, Ross says that we're here in a program to teach us how to be more like the one creator, and eventually get there by different paths. One, by choosing the love and light, which is the original path that the one creator chose for us to live by, which is essentially selflessness. Live as selfless as possible and help out as many other people around you as possible. And when I mean people, I mean including animals and plants and anything else. When it comes to the other road, I should say the road less traveled, because only 30% of all creation chooses darkness. But on that road, it's all about selfishness. It's about going as selfish as you can possibly get at the expense of others. And again, this is the demons and devils we're talking about. So all of our paths they all have purpose. They all have purpose. Even the dark side, even though we don't necessarily like the dark side and what they do and the things that they do, but they're teachers nonetheless.
What if the dark side? What if the dark side is only a programming part? Of that. It's there as like basically like an NPC character that is
it's an alternative form
specifically there to like test us to see how we would do if we had all the things.
Yep, it's an alternative form to choose because the creator knew that not all people would be ready for the selflessness. So it gives us selfishness to switch the poles and polarity towards. Now, again, the real path that the creator wants us to go down is the selfless path. But at the same time, the creator knows that not everybody's ready for that.
Is it possible that maybe the creator isn't interested maybe in what path we go down? Is it possible that maybe the creator is just curious?
Good question. That's a good point, quite honestly, because honestly, all roads lead to the one creator eventually. So whenever you get down to the concept of it, one's a bit slower than the other one. The one's the fast track, whereas the other one is more like a slow path of figuring things out on your own. Yeah, you screwed up a lot, but you're still going to get there. Yeah. It really ultimately the dark side has a purpose, guys. They teach us how to they teach us how not to be. They teach us how to overcome adversity. They teach us how to become more, even though we have these people, these problematic situations. Again, things, and also another thing, these people, these individuals who choose the dark path, whenever these individuals force their darkness on others, what does that do? That causes good people to stand up, help others, again, strengthening the workload towards the love and light or the helping of others. Same thing goes for disease, guys. Disease is the same way, because sometimes through disease, you'll find others who will help you out and again, progress them along further.
Could disease just be the corruption in the code?
Could be. Ra would say that disease has a reason and purpose for being here, and that's to end us, quite honestly. A lot of it has to do with allowing others to figure out that you can help others by another person getting a disease. A lot of it is that. Sometimes disease can be very retrospective, so to speak. Some people might get a disease, and then it might change their whole thought processes, because they may have been living a selfish life all the way through up to that point. And then all of a sudden they get a disease, and it destabilizes their everything. And now they got to completely change their thought processes. Now, some don't, some do. This is cattle.
I don't like to see, for some reason, diseases having a purpose. I don't know. Like, what the fuck is the purpose of a kid getting cancer?
I would agree
more
on
comforting
that.
to think there's a problem in the simulation. Something got corrupted, and we can try to, I don't know, somehow repair it, or uninterrupt the system or something.
I mean, even the most darkest things have some sort of light to them in some way, shape, or form. Just because that kid gets cancer, that kid may in a weird sort of way affect a whole bunch of other people around them without
like the train
them even
theory.
realizing it. Yeah. Like, I've seen situations where kids got sick with cancer or something like that. And then all these people started pitching in money and pitching in help and all of that around this kid who had cancer. Now, what does that do for all those people affecting that kid? Again, that goes back into what I was talking about. That gets back into, all these individuals around that child, even though that it's terrible what's going on with that child. It's terrible. But at the same time, these individuals around that child are going to polarize towards the positive just because of what they were doing for that child.
I don't know about that.
Well,
And a
It is-
parent could be selfish, and
Yeah,
not being
catalyst-
taking care of their kid, and now they're.
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm just throwing out ideas,
Yeah,
and
that's
maybe
true.
it was like, hey, the code's like, yeah, we gotta. This woman has fallen off the path. She is gonna take the long way around, and here we,
But and APOC says government gives kids cancer. I mean, that's a lot of truth in a lot of cases, quite honestly.
Yeah.
But again, that gets into those dark individuals doing dark things, and then what is our response to it? That gets into that.
love and light.
Yep. So are we going to live selflessly, or are we going to live selfishly? That's what we need to look at while we're here in this existence. That's from what I understand anyway. So do you live your life as selfless as possible for others, or do you live your life selfishly? Let's see how much I can get out of any given situation.
Well, I don't know if
Yeah.
listen, if anyone,
I'm a caregiver. I take care of everyone else.
if anyone, just whatever density being or whatever decides to give my kids cancer, I'm living as selfishly as possible through the thing of vengeance and vendetta.
Yeah.
But you would take care of your baby, and you would be the most unselfish parent in the entire planet.
Well, sure,
Right.
that's what I do for them.
Right.
Exactly. But that's
Right.
what it teaches you. It actually, even though you have that vendetta in you,
Yeah.
it actually teaches you to be a more selfless person.
It does.
And you didn't think you could get more selfless, but you will.
I mean, for instance, my child, he has type 1 diabetes.
Like my son.
Yep. And it's terrible. I hate it for him. I really do. I hate it for him. But at the same time, by him having that illness, it teaches us how to help a bit more. It teaches us how to do more for him. And it also teaches him how to be a bit more self-reliant at times. There's a lot of things about his illness
find
that's
you have to-
creating good things out of it, even though there is a lot of negative. There is.
Paul said, by having type 1 diabetes, and I don't know if this is something you can explain to little man too. He said, in a way, it has made him be more in tune with his thoughts, feelings, and body than ever before.
It has. Yeah.
Because you don't
same
think
way.
about things. You don't have to think about anything. But his body's like, guess what? We're going to think about these things. And then other
He
things.
doesn't know he wouldn't have been like that otherwise.
That's true too.
That's
He's
true.
never
Yeah.
been given the
Again,
option.
this gets back into catalyst. That's true. You're
Yeah.
not wrong. You're not wrong.
You're
Shawn.
not wrong at all.
You're not
But
wrong.
now other things, because of the diabetes, my kid cannot go to war.
That's another thing.
My kid cannot be enlisted into the government program to go fight for another country or fight for our country. He's not allowed to. So in other words, diabetes is terrible, but in some sense, maybe it has saved my son in other ways.
It's like, and here's an example based upon that as well. My grandfather,
Jerry said his diabetes changed him physically and psychologically. Thank you, psychologically.
Another example going along with this, and this is a weird example too. Some might take this example and go, man, your grandfather cursed you. And in another case, you might hear this and go, man, your grandfather might have saved you in the long haul.
Yeah.
Okay. So what happened was my mother, she told my grandfather that she was going to have me, and my grandfather blew the roof. He didn't want to see a child be raised in this world because he knew he was a Mason. He was a 32nd degree Mason. He knew what was coming. And he said, he's like, how dare you raise a child in this world? He said, you know what's coming. And then he blew his top. Well, anyway, he later on told my mom, this was years and years later, that he made a prayer that night that he said that he goes, may I pray that, her child doesn't have to go into war, doesn't have to be enlisted into the military because of what's coming. That was his prayer. Well, anyway, I get born, years pass, and about my fifth birthday, somewhere around that area, I started getting a mysterious allergy. Mysteriously. Like, I started becoming very allergic to soy products. Any type of beans, any type of lentil, I couldn't have any of it. Like it put me into an anaphylactic shock. It was that bad. Well, anyway, my mom tells me like years later, she goes, your grandfather prayed. She told me that my grandfather prayed that you wouldn't be able to be enlisted in the military. And she said, your sickness that you have, that's going to keep you out of the military. And I said, yeah, you got a point there. And for the longest time, I kind of looked at it like, oh, man, he cursed me in a weird sort of way. I was like, man, he kind of cursed me. But at the same time, now I reflect upon it over time.
Mm-hmm.
And I look at it like, you know what? Maybe this wasn't a curse. Maybe he saw something coming that I wasn't even ready and prepared for. And now that I've done some looking into the stuff that the Masons knew ahead of time,
yeah,
I'm kind of leaning towards he was right. And the situation that is coming and everything that's going to happen. So, I mean, this gets back into Albert Pike's letter to Giuseppe Mazzini in August of 1871. He basically outlined the first 3 world wars. He talked about the first 3 world wars. If you go ahead and look this up, Gina, look up Albert Pike letter to Giuseppe Mazzini, August of 1871. Now, again, this is a disputed letter. They don't have the original. It was a copy off of his original letter. But at the same time, there's a lot of stuff that matches with at least the first 2 world wars. And honestly, the Third World War that he talks about, it's kind of starting to match up right now at this point in time.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think the Masons know something. I think the Masons at the highest levels, they know what's coming. Anyway, goes back into the weird stuff of was I cursed or was I
a blessing in disguise
in some sort of way?
Well, I always feel like everything is either a blessing or a lesson. And every blessing is a lesson.
Yep.
So it all comes down to all of that stuff. But yeah, everything happens for a reason and nothing is a coincidence.
Right. I agree.
I don't know. But it is time for goats.
Goats.
So I think Pill's dead. Dead.
I think Cold is dead as well.
It just turned off. I don't know why.
Why?
Okay.
I don't know.
That's weird.
Internet stuff happens.
It's a little weird that both Rumble and Pilled are acting up, though.
Well,
right?
Rumble came back, which is great. It's brilliant. Yeah. So we will do. We will do the goat. So everybody in the chat, you are great. I mean, some of you are good. A lot of you are great. But even fewer of you will be the greatest of all time. And you can all be the greatest of all time. But you do need to follow the channel if you're not doing so. Follow. I mean, if you don't, Ash he'll just be so mad at you. You'll see how MadAsh can be. Right. Also, Gina as well. You'll get no burrs.
No.
So follow the channel. That's key. Comment because 1, Gina likes to read them. 2, we just like them, and also repost because reposting puts us in front of eyes that we might not have otherwise been in front of, and that makes people happy. So.
It does. And the unsub bug does happen over here on Rumble. So if you share us out and your friend's like, oh, how come Third Railify wasn't in my live list? They can be like, interesting. Let me go back there and sub again.
Yeah, the unsub bug is it's a pain in my dick, if we're honest. So we have CSI referees commented and reposted, and is goaded as a response. Parachute goaded. Thank you, Rick. We love and appreciate you. Our Wrangler and Chief Nomad has commented, and I don't know, probably reposted. Yeah, he ended a repost. I see it there. Nomad, you sir are double goaded. We love and appreciate you. Next up, we have baked linguine. Baked linguine, based linguine has commented and reposted, and is double goaded. 123MadAsh has commented and reposted. So Ash is double goaded. Thank you, Ash, for doing that. And then what is that? Mayo King has started following the channel. You, sir, are goaded for the follow. Assuming you're a sir, I don't know. Could you wait? Mayo King. What about maybe that goat? Fucking. All right, Finn has done the things. Finn is goated. Finn, we love and appreciate you. Then next up, we have Hunt just started following the channel. You are goated for the follow. Thank you so much. And then
Goat.
Johnny Engineer has also started following the channel. You are goated for the follow. And then our girl Brooke has reposted and commented. And Brooke, we love you. You are double goated. And then Rip has done the things. Rip, you are goated. We love and appreciate you. And then Nightwolf doing all the Nightwolf things. You are double goated, because he always does 4 thingies. It's like quad goated. Tommy has commented and reposted, and Tommy is double Gina goated.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Also, Jerry.
That's a great one.
He likes to be Gina goated as well. So there you go, Gina.
Blah, 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 blah.
There you go, Jerry. I've done that for you, Jerry, because I don't want your sad emo ass fucking flopping about, okay? So you fucking cheer up. I swear to God, when we drive down to Ohio, I'll kick you in your good leg. You understand? Nano Bear has commented. Julie, we love you. You are goated. Sugar Bear. So many bears. Sugar Bear, can't get enough of that sugar crisp, is goated. There you go, Sugar Bear. You are goated. Colty is goated for doing the things. I think he's gone to bed. Colty, we love you. Our friend Jim Statala commented and reposted. Jim, we love you. You are double goated. Can't wait to have you back on the show. Cassandra commented, reposted. Cassandra, you double goated. We love you. Our man Anwin, you know what? It's good to see you around. For a little while you weren't here, but now you've been here. It just fucking makes my dick hard. A comment and reposted. Anwin is double goated, and then we have our girl Sizzle. She's throwing in a comment, and Sizzle is goated. Sizzle, we're always happy that you're here. Shawn Squared, aka Teabagging the Rapist, or Teabagging Therapist, depending on the way you want to read it. Huh?
See, that's how I read it.
See, that's teabagging therapist. That's what everybody says, and he's always had a little smile, knowing it's teabagging the rapist.
That's how I read it.
Anyway, it's Shawn Squared. You are goated, sir. Redneck Renegade reposted and commented. Jeff, can't wait to meet you, buddy. You are double goated. And our man Killing It commented, reposted. Killing It is double goated. We love you, buddy. And Falago thrown in a comment. You were goated for the comment. And we're gonna just update this, see if anything else came in. Apocalyptic was commented. And you are goated for that. And Thoughts by Chaz also threw in a comment. And you're goated for your comment, Chaz. And Shawn Squared also did a repost. So you're upgraded to double goat status. And Pilled is dead. But for those of you that were on Pilled, you don't know that I'm doing this for you, but you're goated. And anybody on YouTube, goated for watching on YouTube, helping us get those hours up just a little bit, so we can, Gina and I can ultimately be denied monetization again.
We got a comment in here for you. Shawn, I have gotten terminal disease 3 years ago. And the learning I have done since is freaking crazy. Not bitter, a totally different view, like 500-foot view instead of 1,000-foot view. Just saying, I'm not punished. I'm learning.
You, sir, are a very mature individual.
See, that again goes back into that catalyst that I was talking about, because different people take catalysts different ways. Like some, it might crush them. You know, in case of some people, you know, they get a disease, you know, they give up.
It's not a curse, it's a path.
And then some people, they get a disease and it changes their whole life, changes everything about them. And then they strive for more.
I don't know. I feel like I would have a tremendous amount of anger. I mean, I already...
You would at first, 100%.
I already still have anger that all my children have autism. I have...
yeah.
And I'm still angry 10-something years later that my son has diabetes.
But again, you know, just because you're angry doesn't necessarily mean that you'll give up. Would you give up?
Well, no.
See?
But I don't know. I still feel like I have... I don't know. I feel like I have a vendetta with the universe.
Well, I mean, some people would take that catalyst to the anger. I mean, it is what it is.
Then the world will send you somebody that it knows you need.
Well, sure, but so okay, so one of the reasons why I have I would say a vendetta against the universe is
Vince. I'm sorry, Vin said I agree with Ash. When I caught French, my entire life changed. APOC has an autist as well. And I love him so much.
I've almost kind of had to like mourn the life that my children could have had, right? And it's crazy. And so I always have existential crises because you know, I'm 41 years old. I'll be 42 very soon, right? I'm as good as dead.
Shut up.
Oh, come on! It is what it is. My
my
body
God.
is not what it used to be. I've had a hard fucking life in the trades. My body's not what it used to be.
Yeah.
And my kids are young, still very young, and it will get to a point where I am dead and gone, and there will be nobody to take care of them. I have no friends here. I have no family here. There is no support system. It is me. When I am gone, then what? What, the government takes my kids? Is that what's supposed to happen? They go into what? On the streets? Could you imagine? Yeah. Could you imagine my autistic kids who are basically sophisticated raccoons on the streets? They'd be dead. Like, so I hang with what I feel like is Damocles' sword over my head, that once I die, my children will have a horrific life. And so I have that sort of like that axe to grind with nobody in particular, but just sort of, I don't know, it's a chip on my shoulder that I try not to show, but it's like a vendetta with the universe. When I get to wherever I'm going to go after, if there is such a place, I'm going to raise hell about it.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from, quite honestly. I can see that, because I have a friend who is in a similar scenario and situation. He has an autistic child that is really autistic, and once he goes, that child's going to end up in the system.
The system or the street, because you know, autistic children become autistic adults and then autistic elderly. So being in Canada, what then happens to an autistic elderly person that, you know, that doesn't speak very well or can't get their ideas across? Where do they get into the MAID program somehow with no friends or family or support to say, hey, maybe don't maid them to death? Like, it keeps me awake, genuinely.
There's a whole nother family down here now. That's
a thing that I lay awake genuinely and think about it, about this problem that exists for future Shawn. And then I'm just like, well, I don't know what to do. So my only plan is to, I guess, hope Third Railify somehow magically becomes fucking big and successful, so then I can sock money away for when I'm about to die. I can be like, okay, kids, listen, you got to live in this facility, but I've made a lot of money that it's going to last you quite a while. You're going to be okay. So I mean.
And that's a good way. Honestly, what you're doing and your thought process behind it, that's a good way of taking catalyst. I mean, I understand that you're upset at the situation. Believe me, I feel for you. You're going to be in my prayers, quite honestly, because I understand that's a problem. That's a situation that you guys got. I mean, really, that is a problem. But at the same time, the way you're taking in this catalyst, you're doing it appropriate. You're thinking about others through this channel. You're thinking about your family. There's nothing wrong with that. You're actually doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing selflessly. In my opinion, that's a selfless act.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know. That's the only thing that drives me. That's why
And like Janice said, and I've told you, you now have family here.
Yeah.
They put autistic adults in Canada into old folks' home. Well, good to see you, Andrew. Thank you for letting me know that, buddy. I know, Jana, and I do appreciate you guys. You and Ash, I appreciate you, but you guys in the chat too. I mean, a lot of you are kind of like a weird kind of family. You know what I mean? It's
Appreciate you, Jerry.
But Jerry, I know you and I bust each other's balls back and forth, but you are loved and appreciated here. I need to change the topic here just for a moment. Please bear with me. Shawn says, Shawn, did you see Maid outside the Tim Hortons? You guys know what town I'm in, right? Gafonte says there's a whole lot of B money videos that offer vast info on the 8 asset classes to learn about and find which you understand the best and have the risk tolerance for to make your money work for you. Yes, Gafontes. Gafontes is also in B money's chats. Gafontes is very clever with money as well.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen him. Yeah, talk about it.
I'm lucky to count B money as a personal friend.
And that's what I mean. Streaming has brought you to all of these people for a reason.
That's true.
Well, I try to think like that. Like it's
like, what were the odds you would meet me?
If you think about it statistically, 100% turns out.
Well,
but
yeah.
when you thought about it before, it would be 0%.
Right.
the way all the movements have to go together. But anyways, you guys have heard about this crazy story about a man outside of Tim Hortons that got diagnosed from afar or something like that, and then fucking mated.
Got you, neuro.
You guys have heard about that, right? It's a crazy story. It's going.
I don't know if I have.
Well, all right, neuro. Let me get you here. I'm sure.
He dropped the. Didn't he drop the link? Well, you sent me the link.
I got it up. I got right here. But I just I need to highlight. I need to highlight just the craziness. Tim Hortons. This will be. I need to find some of these. Right now, most of the stories about Tim Hortons is them hiring Jeets.
Hiring Jeets.
Yeah, so it's basically things like this all over X. Nobody reads fucking articles anymore. There's the thing, chat, please, for the love of everything holy, read the fucking article.
Okay.
Please read the article. Headlines are fine, but read the article. And so it's basically like, this is Canada, blah, blah, fascism and all that stuff. Ontario man dies of maid after being assessed outside Tim Hortons. So this article, like, what does it make you think? Well, like, this is what doctors do now. This is what standard of care. This is a crazy thing that is now the maid program. Like it like that's how everyone sort of treats it. Like this guy who I think is a police officer. Oh, he's a retired police officer or whatever. It's like all of this stuff is just about like, oh, this is what Canada does now, and blah 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 blah. So, anyways, you guys know my town, the town I live in, is called London, Ontario. The doctor euthanizes a man 45 with Crohn's disease and depression after evaluating him outside a Tim Hortons. Dr. James McLean of London, Ontario. So this happened in my town, my local Tim Hortons. So yeah, that's that. Apparently, this guy was all kinds of not well. Crohn's disease is actually very, very serious, and he had very, very. You can tell when somebody's crazy. You don't have to get too close to them to know if somebody's crazy. Now, I of course, I'm not. I'm not saying this guy should have been mated. I'm just saying if somebody's crazy. The guy was incredibly sick, mental health problems, and so the story isn't about Canada allowing MAID to happen. It's about a doctor who committed murder. That's the story, right? The equivalent would sort of be like, you guys remember the is it Nasser? Was that the guy who did all the lady athletes?
I think
American
so.
doctor.
I want to say so.
Yeah. Gavant, perhaps look into some realistically priced Albertan real estate, not necessarily to live on, but to potentially make a legal residence exit plan. You know what? I've been trying to find property, but yeah, the thing is, Gavant, is we do real estate different here. Right? If you get a really good deal at a really good rate in America, you lock that motherfucker in and then you're golden.
Yeah.
In Canada, if you get a really good rate, you lock that motherfucker in and then you got to worry about it in 5 years because nothing is locked in. It's every 5 years you got to renegotiate. So if the economy is going to shit, right, all the debt comes due. And so then you got to re-qualify for the thing. So you hope what you've done is you paid off massive amounts of your house. So when you have to re-qualify, your new mortgage payment doesn't crush you. Canada's fucked like that. That's probably
I didn't even know it was like that.
Every 5 years, you got to renegotiate. No, please, can I keep my mortgage? Yes, but at this interest right now, but it doubles my mortgage payment. So what? Like that's how we do it. So
what is that? What is that? Some sort of form of equity that in case if this person may have the money for it, but let's see if we can rebid it.
I have no idea. But getting back to this, so the equivalent would be like, oh, America's going to shit because this one doctor diddled a bunch of girls, right? That's obviously not the story. The story is about that one bad doctor. This doctor killed 2 people. He killed the guy outside the Tim Hortons. He probably he might have qualified for MAID, but he had no consultation with anybody. The doctor literally just killed him. He just maided him. This murder, I think. Anyways, he's under all kinds of disciplinary stuff like that. He might have his license taken away. He's in all kinds of trouble. But he just straight up was like, "Yeah, you seem pretty fucked. I'll just maid you. It's fine." It's the story's about murder, not about Canada, not about Tim Hortons, not about anything. It's about this really bad fucking doctor in my town. Wow. But yeah, that's what that is.
Basically, you had a Dr. Kevorkian working outside the system for his Kevorkianism.
Well, I mean, Kevorkian, he operated under compassion.
Usury to the max. Yeah. Notice the tiny hat. Shawn, we hit 1.44.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for following.
60 away from 1.5K. Holy shit.
Good work.
Yeah. Dr. Kevorkian, he set up a thing, like a contraption, and then he'd put the thing in their hand, and they had to squeeze the thing that injected the chemical. So he was like, no stress for me. Yeah. Whenever you're ready in your time, I'll just chill here.
Yeah.
And then the person would like do their thing and then, say goodbyes and all that. And then, and they'd go, okay, now I'm ready. And then they would do the thing. And he's like, I'm not doing it. I've helped them set up a thing. Right.
Right.
Where here they're like, yeah. And then they inject you with the drugs. It's crazy.
That's a bit different for sure. I'd say. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the other time. Okay. So this was straight up murder here. And then the first time this guy screwed up. the first time this guy screwed up was I don't think it has here. It has it in the post-millennial article about it. There was a person who he drugged. I don't know. It was like an elderly person who was doing poorly, but he drugged their tea to get them to move them to the maid facility, and then they when they woke up, that elderly person was like, "No, I don't want this," and tried to get up and escape. And then he gave them the drugs to maid them, but he didn't give them all or in the correct order. So they actually woke up.
Oh wow!
They woke up like they wouldn't die, and then they woke up. And then but this point he was like, "Oh, they're dead," and then he left. And so then that person woke up. They started breathing and woke up, and they're like, no, I need to be out of here." And then so the doctor came back, and then they're like, "I don't want to die," and this bad doctor was like, "No, you know what, your family's crazy, obviously, so can you hold them down while I finish murdering them?" And the family did. Obviously, they were in shock, or they were following doctor's orders, because doctors know so much. They don't.
Oh, of course,
Doctors are just people. Let's not forget that.
Yeah.
And then he finished with the drugs. He did the thing over again, and then they died. And he's like, "See, done." And then he was still a doctor after that. And so now they're reviewing all of his charts, being like, "How much other stuff have you fucked up?" So the story is about a bad doctor. Not about Canada.
It's about a killer.
Our maid system is off the rails, though. That's true.
Oh yeah, I would I would agree with you on that, because the stuff that they can do for suicide stuff there in Canada, it blows my mind. Oh, you're depressed? Well, we got something for you. I find that strange. Anyway, there's medicines for that, not suicide.
Mm-hmm.
It's after midnight. Shawn squared vooded again.
Yeah. Andrew says Scientology in Canada was sprouted out of London. Was it probably because of the university? We have one of Canada's big universities, the University of Western Ontario. I mean, there's big universities out of Toronto, but London's got a big one too. I should probably vote as well, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Nomad Angry God said, maid killed a man for seasonal depression.
Maid killed a man because he couldn't find housing.
Maid is also in California. I think, and there are 2 other states in the United States. It's coming to a state near you for sure. Once the insurance companies realize how much money they can make and save at the same time, it's going to continue to make its way.
That's 100% true. And one of the things Canada likes to talk about is how much money they save. I don't know if you guys remember a year or two, maybe it's 2 years ago now. There was a
New York is pushing for it. Yeah,
I think it was a furniture company, or it was some kind of company that put on this commercial, and it was supposed to be like a celebration of a woman's life. She ended up dying from MAID, and the company got a lot of flack for it, and it was supposed to honor the woman. It was supposed to honor her, but it came across really fucking wrong. That woman, she went through MAID because she was really, really sick. The problem with that is she didn't want to die. She had no choice to die. She wanted health care, but all she could get was death care. And the government was like, "Listen, we really want to help you. We really, really do. However, your illness, while treatable, wickedly expensive. So because it's so expensive, normally on the universal healthcare that we have, we would pay for it. It's too expensive, and so we can't. So we're happy to provide you medicine if you pay for it." And she's like, "Yeah, but it's really expensive. If the government can't, then I surely can't." And they're like,
Right.
"Have you considered MAID?" And she's like, "Well, I guess I don't have a fucking choice now, do I?" And so it was a big story. It kind of fizzled out. and then she went through with Maid, and then they did the adverts celebrating her life, and it was like in a cave and a picnic, and they tried to make it as nice as possible, and then she went through with it, and she didn't want to, and like, that's crazy.
Yeah,
There's all
that
kinds
is.
of people that have to
Does Canada do organ transplants?
yes.
That's a good question.
Yeah. So after this woman died, Maid was like, yeah, the government was like, yeah, but do you know how much money we saved? We saved so much money. So every time a person dies, the savings go up, and it's like $50-60 million a year that they save. I mean, it goes to the Jeets, I suspect, right? The Jeets healthcare.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Because they get top tier fucking healthcare too, right? So it goes to the Jeets healthcare, I imagine. But they're saving so much money. And yeah, once the American insurance companies figure that they can save money, they're gonna offer that to you Americans hand over fist. In fact, I will have no doubt that it will be a part of the healthcare plan, the way that it is. So patient, you have treatment A, treatment B, treatment C, and treatment D. That's D for death.
Everything that's tested in the U.S. is being tested in Canada. Well, I'd say tested
Everything
in
coming
Canada,
to America is tested in
Europe,
Canada.
or Australia. Yeah, I would say one of those three.
Right?
Yeah, we're gonna get back there, Greg. We're getting back to that. All right. Where are my questions for Mr. Ash now that we got the dark stuff out of the way? So speaking of dark stuff, I don't know if you guys talked about this yet, but I had a whole show on this. What are your thoughts about the missing or dead scientists lately?
Well, I would say that there are two factions of our government.
Yeah.
We have one faction that wants to see partial disclosure, disclosure that can come out to the public, that's controlled.
My light just decided to jump off.
It's controlled, and they have their own agendas based upon that release. And then I also see another group within our government who doesn't want to see any of this stuff come out.
Yeah.
Not a bit.
Nope.
And they want to covet all the technologies to themselves, and they don't want to let anybody else have any of it.
Yep.
And it seems to be a fighting faction between the two. One's about disclosure a bit more than the other one. They're both a bit, I would say the disclosure people are a bit gray in their ways of working. A bit of white hats mixed with gray hats, so to speak.
But
and the other side is pretty much all dark.
yeah.
So that's what I'm gathering from this information as far as the missing scientists go.
It's interesting. Have you looked? So I did a whole show on them. And the ones that are missing are very interesting. One of them being a former military guy who probably knew his own backyard better than Google Maps, right?
Yeah.
Left his home with supposedly a gun, and that's it. So his keys, his wallets, his wearables, like his watches, his glasses, everything he left at home to take a hike in the woods.
Yep.
Give me a break. And a lot of these ones that are missing all went for a hike somewhere without any of their stuff, not their keys, not their phones. One lady had 2 phones at home that they found and they cataloged, and they both were factory reset.
Yep. And Monica Reza, she's a straight up missing 411 case.
She's my height, I think.
Yeah, she was out hiking behind. Well, she
with
had
a group.
She had 2 other individuals she was with, in a place that she'd been to multiple times. And the first person that she was with had to stop closer to the bottom of the hill because it was just too hard on them.
Mm-hmm.
They went on ahead. They went up to the top of the summit.
Yep.
Came back down. The other person that was in front of her was about 20 to 30 feet in front.
Mm-hmm.
He turns around and waves at her and says, basically motions to her that there's a curve up around the hill.
Yeah.
And he turns back around. And about 5-10 minutes later, he turns back around. She's gone.
Yeah.
No sound, no nothing. Dogs can't find a smell.
No
anywhere.
radar. They did.
No
they
radar.
did. Yeah, they can't even. They even put up helicopters. There's no heat-seeking signatures. Nothing.
They found her hat.
Yeah, that was it.
But no smell to get to the point where the hat was.
Mm-hmm.
And they heard a scream in the appropriate area where she would have been, missing from.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a scream like, I'm hurt, or a scream of, hey, come help me. It was an anguish scream. Like she was just screaming because she was in so much agony, or whoever this was in so much agony. So again, I don't know what this gets into some weird shit, guys.
I know.
I haven't, to be honest with you, I've not done a lot of the crystal work that I do normally on it. I've been kind of waiting to do it because I kind of want to be left in a surprise state whenever I start looking into the stuff from the crystal work perspective of it.
Okay.
I'm just trying to gather up the information at this point in time because I want to be just as far along with this stuff as you guys are, because I did 2 episodes on the missing scientists already.
I did 1 episode.
And I'm working on episode 3. That'll be not this week, but next week. It just keeps getting weirder. And I think this next week, I might have crystal work information to give to everybody on information what's going on from what I found, as well as RV data. I have looked at some of the RV data already. It pretty much goes along with what I've already said, which is essentially 2 factions of government fighting it out alongside other beings from somewhere else. We'll just say that. That's what the RV data was getting back on it.
Gotcha.
Now, again, that's just RV data. I haven't done any crystal work. But
maybe they were looking into beings, and then beings looked into them.
Well, there's some possible truth to that, because Carl Grillmeyer, he was looking into outer space tech. He was like the pro about satellites and looking into outer space and trying to figure out things that were dark that were out there that couldn't be seen otherwise. And he helped to create the Neo Surveyor. And this thing could find 2 different spectrums of infrared. And basically what it's looking for is it's looking for the minute heat signatures from off of the sun, off of objects. My next question would be is what other objects was he seeing other than asteroids, and things like that? Was he seeing other things out there that just normally is not able to be seen? And maybe that also got him in trouble. I'm not exactly sure. Or maybe they're covering it, or maybe they killed him to cover up the fact that there is something coming that they don't want people to know about.
And it's just interesting when it goes back when I say the national forests that they have a lot of spots blocked off and we're not allowed to go is where these missing scientists end up.
Yep. And a lot of them were walking towards those areas.
Yeah.
I find that interesting too. This is one of those scenarios that I think there's. I mean, if you listen to Trump, Trump recently said, "Well, we don't think that there's any connections to any of these guys. We don't see any real connections. Some of these people were suicides and all that. So we don't feel like that there's much a connection here." That's what Trump said about it here recently, like a week or so ago. He said that.
Well, he also said the Epstein files were a hoax and that there was nothing to them. And now we found out that people were eating babies. So, yeah. I mean,
right.
Some of what he says should be taken with a grain of salt.
I would agree.
Some of the government adjacent suicides are kind of funny. Brake lines being cut or dangling from a tree with a shotgun blast to your back. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like.
That's a good question. I haven't done the crystal work on that to be able to give you an answer on that. Only thing I know is from the RV data, and the RV data basically states that it's two factions within government fighting it out, and one faction happens to have connections to somewhere else. We'll just say that.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's the only thing I can come up with at this point in time. I don't have any more information. Maybe by this third episode, that is, if I can get it done in this third episode for the crystal work and all that, maybe I'll have more answers for you. To be honest, at this point, I just don't know. I just know what the RV data was showing. But it's crazy, guys. I really think that especially with the case of Monica Reza.
Mm-hmm.
I really strongly believe that that's one of those cases of something else grabbing her, or something else affiliated with our government that is helping them grab these people up at some point.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's just my gut feeling on it. That's my gut feeling on it, because this gets back into the David Paulides stuff and the missing 411 stuff. And here recently, David Paulides has been quoted saying that he believes a lot of these cases of these really extreme missing 411 cases are beings from somewhere else grabbing up people.
All right. So this leads me to my next question is, do you have any advice for people just starting to wake up and research this stuff without losing their mind? It's a loaded question.
They don't call me MadAsh for any good reason.
Exactly.
I mean, the only thing I can tell you to do is get comfortable with your spirituality, get comfortable with your religion.
Yeah.
Use that as your padding for that which is the digging that you do for any of this information. Because if you don't have something to back up your thought processes on the spiritual level, this stuff will make you go crazy.
For sure.
This stuff will make you insane. I mean, if you're not prepared for the stuff that's coming, all I can tell you is get good with God, because the stuff that's coming, it's going to test your faith. It's going to test your beliefs. I can't promise that the government's going to tell you the truth. I really can't. I honestly think that they're going to give you truth wrapped in lies. That's my personal opinion. I think that they're going to give us some information about these aliens that they know about, but they're not going to tell you what side they're on. They're not going to tell you how they're affiliated with the government. They're not going to tell you how they've made deals with them. I really don't believe they're going to tell you any of that.
Shawn, I just sent you something regarding this question that Andrew just asked. Did you talk about the 4 different alien species they've supposedly made contact with? We have not spoken about it here, but Ash, do you know about the 4 different alien species?
You do. I know.
So the Greys, the Nordic, the Insectoids, and the Reptilians. What are your thoughts on all of that?
3 out of the 4 of them I know really well. I don't know much about
Nordic. What the fuck is that?
See, again, I don't know much about the Nordics. I've heard about them in a lot of places, but I don't know much about them. Those are one of the really kind of hushed up ones that you don't hear much about. Kind of makes me wonder if that's not a higher density version of like a devil type being that they're affiliated with. I'm not exactly sure. Ra would say that sometimes the most beautiful beings can have the most pitchest, blackest hearts you can ever imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the most terrifying beings could actually be the most beautiful on the inside as their heart goes. So you can't just judge a book by its cover.
Yep.
So you have to discern the spirit. So when you're looking into these types of beings, when you're looking into like the Greys, for instance, the Greys, yes, the Greys are usually demon type beings. Okay. Yes, that's true. But at the same time, there are other beings out there that look kind of similar to Greys, but at the same time, they are not Greys, and they have a whole different affiliation. They may even be of the love and light. So you got to be careful with just lumping all things into one category of, oh, it's all dark. So discern the spirit. You're not.
Yes, Nordic are the most humanoid of the alien races. I sent Shawn something, so I'm hoping he'll pull it up in a second here.
I have it. up, but I just like with the Nordic. Okay, so what's basically what's the Swedes, 7-foot tall Swedes?
We'll bring the
Well,
picture
the
up so the
Nordics,
chat knows what you're
as
talking
I
about.
understand it, the Nordics might be affiliated, possibly. Now, this is a possibility, a possible affiliation with the beings of old that are like in the Viking mythology and things of that nature, like the Norse type god type things. They may be affiliated with them more so than anything.
Hi,
When
Norman.
it comes to the Greys, you're looking at the the actual true Greys anyway. You're looking at the Orion Federation, which is the demons and devils of our existence. And getting
The
back into what
Orion Federation.
Yeah, the Orion Federation goes back into the Law of One. The Law of One is essentially talks about the dark beings of our existence. They are lumped into the Orion Federation. They are the
Why is it called that?
because
Orion's
the
belt.
original starting point for the darkness started in the Orion constellation.
Okay, those stars are nowhere near each other. Even
Yeah.
Orion's belt, those stars are wildly fucking lifetimes, absolute lifetimes apart.
Yep. And
They
it's
only look like they're close, but
Yep.
they just have like they are fucking
Oh, yeah.
hundreds of light years apart.
Oh yeah, that's true. The around one of those stars in that area was where the darkness took a real big foothold. And you can actually go back to the Sumerian. There's a codex that was created by the Sumerians. I had this on my conspiracy talk episode. I guess this is the last episode. And it talks about how the beings that came here to the Sumerians, they came here on a route and they traveled to the Orion constellation. And then they said, this is according to their writings, it says they didn't want to hear what we had to say. Gets back into the Orions being the darkness of all society and all reality.
I'm going to pause you for 1 second, Ash, because that Star Wars girl has rated the stream. Brr, 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 brr.
Well, I don't know about a codex.
hold
I don't
on, one
remember
more
what it's exactly called, but it was
Hold on,
something
Ash.
that they hid
One
that
second.
you're not allowed to see it's in the British archives.
1 second. Hold on a sec. Guys, if you are not following Anna over there, please make sure to give her name a click. Give her a follow. Give her a like. Make sure your notification bell is turned on for her. And folks, if you are not yet following us over here at Third Railify, please make sure to return the follow. Give us a like. Give us a follow and make sure our notification bell is on. Thank you for the raid, folks. We appreciate you guys. I hope you guys have fun.
Awesome. But according to the Law of One, the Orion Federation, or the Federation, if you will, they are essentially a conglomerate group of all the darkness of all these different star systems. And the only reason why they call themselves the Orion Federation is because they're the most powerful group within that group of orientation. So you can look at it like the most powerful of the groups get to have the name. So, but you're looking at the Greys. Some of the groups that's in this would be the Greys, the Insectoids, the Reptilians. They're in there too. I don't know about the Nordics. I question about the Nordics. I really do. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. I'd have to do some crystal work on the Nordics. I haven't looked into them. But I know the Greys, Insectoids, and Reptilians. As weird as this sounds, I've had personal encounters with those three. The Greys, my daughter has had encounters with, as well as me. They are not so great. They're not good beings. They are basically the doers, the workers for the insectoids and the reptilians. The insectoids are essentially, I guess you could say, the middlemen. In a lot of cases, the reptilians are kind of like the head of the totem pole, as far as I've seen so far. They kind of run the other ones around a bit more because they have more of the power structure in their system.
Mm-hmm.
Why do they all look like people?
They do. Some of them do. Not all of
Why?
them do. Well, that the Law of One talks about that. They say that, the higher densities you go, the more that they're going to look like us to some extent. Now, this gets into the future selves thing.
But why would
and
you want to
concept.
look like us? We're not exactly designed very well, are we?
Travis Walton spoke of the Nords.
But essentially, the further up you go, the more you're going to see those beings that have the different animal-headed type structures. You're going to see the bird-headed people, which is I found to be a lot of cases the Pleiadians.
Bird-headed people. I think I married one of those one time.
Yeah. And then there's the dog-headed people, which some refer to as the dog men.
Definitely married one of those one time.
Yeah, and then you have the reptile-headed people, the reptilians, and then of course the grays kind of almost look like frog-headed almost people. If you really want to get down to the concept of it, I don't know how you would call that type of frame or form, but it's a little bit different. And you have the insect-headed people, the insectoids. Again, the more you go up the ladder, the more you have the bipedal type beings. And they are the demons and devils and angels. Now, again, third density form can take many forms too. There was an example talked about in the Law of One where a third density group, flesh vehicle, third density form, came here I guess it was in the 70s. Mm-hmm. And they picked up Charlie Hickson and a friend of his. Well, Charlie Hickson and a friend of his were out fishing. And this is the Pascagoula UFO incident. Well, anyway, the situation was they were fishing in an area that they probably shouldn't have been at. I think it was a private property area. Mm-hmm. So whenever they saw these lights coming up over the hill, they thought, "Oh gosh, we've been caught. The police are here. We're in trouble." And well, anyway, it wasn't the police, but something came up over the hill. And it was a ship of some type, and it landed and picked up the two guys and put them on the ship. And of course, they were scared to death. And these beings, which were kind of like crab-like in appearance almost, but they were plant form. They didn't have legs. They didn't evolve with legs, but they were using some sort of technology underneath them to move them around. I don't know. The guys reported seeing like some sort of silver globe underneath them. But anyway, they put them on the ship, and the only thing that these guys were wanting to do with these two guys that they abducted was they wanted to see inside these guys' heads to see whatever it was that it was in their memories. They had technology to do it. So they were looking around to see what all we do here on planet Earth. And they were quite interested, according to what Ra was saying, about how Charlie Hickson was in the Korean War. And they really liked the idea of, the good guys fighting against the bad guys. They really liked that concept. They thought it was really neat. And they also thought it was very interesting that our thumbs, as well as our legs, got us into a lot of trouble because of war and other things. And after they got done viewing everything that they wanted to view, they dropped off Charlie and his friend, and then they flew back home. Now, you might want to ask yourself, okay, were these the type of guys who, shift from, space-time to time-space back to space-time, wherever they're located at? Mm-hmm. No. They took the long route. They had to freeze their bodies to make the long trip. And with them being plant-like beings, they could do it. They could freeze themselves without any real problems.
Like cabbage.
Yeah.
Like cabbage.
Yeah.
That kind of is like the Cabbage Patch Kids, the whole backlog theory conspiracy about Cabbage Patch Kids. Yep. That's kind of funny. So all of these beings and stuff like that, it kind of goes into my next question for you about cloning tech.
Yep.
How real do you think human cloning is right now? And who do you suspect is ahead of the curve?
Well, cloning is real.
The answer is China. The answer is always China when you're dealing with illegal stuff.
Well, I would say this.
Slanty-eyed, industrious little fellows, they know what they're doing.
Who said it's illegal?
It's not illegal in a lot of places, honestly. It's a lot more legal than what most people could even imagine, at least in the United States.
Didn't the various world governing bodies go, yeah, we're not doing that shit right now? Can't do that.
I think some did. Some had fancy words like Obama, where he never said it was illegal. He just said the government couldn't fund it privately, but you could go out and find your own funding.
Yeah, like places like New Mexico, which is where Zorro Ranch is located, might I add, is also, it's legal to clone in New Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
So again, that gets into questionable scenarios of, was Zorro Ranch, where Epstein was had his ranch, were they cloning people there? I kind of question that. Now, I've covered the cloning topic on my show. There's technically two types of clones officially. There's duplication, there's replication cloning, and then there's duplication cloning. Replication cloning is essentially you're taking the genetics out of a female embryo, and then you're inserting a whatever genetics from any cell that you so choose into the female cell, and then you shock it, and then you make life essentially happen. Okay, that's essentially Dolly. That's the Dolly the sheep method. That has progressed really far. Now they're cloning all types of animals, and they're cloning racehorses now, and all kinds of stuff.
How old would the clones be before Epstein was interested in them?
Yeah, right. That's a good question.
Dark and amusing.
We like those kind here, Russell. Keep them coming.
That's a good question.
Russell, you're overlooking something. How tasty would that clone have to be?
Exactly. And how old does that clone have to be before they could eat it?
It's like veal.
I have a question, though. If it's cloned, that means it's already... So if they clone me, I'm already 41 years old. Does that clone, even though it's a baby, still genetically old?
Well, according to replication cloning that I found, you do have a lessened life based upon what cells was taken from the original.
Oh.
There's something to that. There is a lessened life. I don't know exactly how much it would be, but there is a lessened life. Duplication cloning, you're pretty much screwed.
Yeah, shake them cheese for a minute.
Like duplication cloning, you don't have a long life.
For you.
But yeah, duplication cloning, it's something different. That gets into like the Donald Marshall stuff. That gets into where they grow clones in like facilities, and like they can they could speed up the cloning process by like anywhere between 5 and 8 months to grow these people.
We're off the rails now.
We're off the rails. But yeah, I would say yeah, there's something to the cloning thing.
And do you think China is ahead of curve, or do you actually think in this instance maybe Mexico could be the one ahead of the curve?
Well,
Mexico.
Yeah.
I'm going to say this. I would say the Illuminati.
They can't even build a sports car right. What do you mean
the
ahead of the curve?
farthest. I would say the Illuminati in general, just in the deepest, darkest, blackest places, I'd say that's the farthest ahead. But when it gets into countries, as I've done my digging, as weird as this sounds, it appears that United States, Canada, and that nation that shall not be named seems to be really far ahead in stuff like this. The reason why I say that is because there was Clone-Aid, which is out of Canada. You can look up Clone-Aid out of Canada. You can look up Clone-Aid. Look it up. Clone-Aid out of Canada. There's also those individuals who were arguing and bickering about clones.
Uncle
and
Adolf.
Some of them went to Israel to do their work with Clone-Aid. Some of them went to other countries, various countries, to do their stuff, but I don't think all of them were successful. But I think in the United States and that one country, as well as a few other places, I think that they are really far ahead when it comes to cloning.
And what are your thoughts about quantum cloning?
Quantum cloning,
Is that
think
a
there's
thing? Are we
something.
throwing words together? Like, is that a real thing?
I don't even know. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by quantum cloning. Is that like I'm not exactly sure. That's a good question. What is quantum cloning? Do you have a description of that?
You know what? I
Can
I
you
can barely
describe it?
I can barely describe jiggle physics.
You don't need to describe them when you have them.
I mean, I'm all for hearing it. I would love to hear what your opinion is on what is quantum cloning, because I mean, maybe I agree with it or maybe I don't. Yeah, just say Jews, Ash. Oh, that's funny. That's
all right,
funny,
so
Noman.
we are just our mistakes, just boneless blobs. Well,
If it was my show, I would say that particular country all day long. But I don't want to hurt this show's algorithms and things.
Shawn, can you show
Wait,
them my
wait.
beautiful black and white suit that I have?
Yep. Oh, you mean your black and white suit?
My black and white suit. And why Shawn finds that, my next question is, you and I have done a lot of work talking about the Montauk Project.
Oh wait. Wait. One day we got pulled off of YouTube because Gina's face was on the 3-headed booby lady.
More to love
true.
there.
It's true.
The YouTube pulled us right down.
We're still there right now, maybe.
Yeah, because it was like 2 seconds.
What is the most compelling evidence or story you've come across in the Montauk Project?
Montauk Project?
Yeah. I know.
Most compelling, most craziest story? Is that what you're asking?
Oh wait, yes, but Nightwolf actually said quantum cloning is a process of creating an exact replica of an unknown quantum state because of the laws of quantum mechanics, specifically the no cloning theorem. It is mathematically impossible to
Perfectly copy an arbitrary unknown quantum state without disturbing the original. You know what? That's all very complicated, but let me just offend Ash for just a minute. Brought to you by our friend Finn, our memer in chief. I've got one too. I look.
That's interesting, Nightwolf. I've never really heard anything about that. Is that kind of similar to? Is that kind of similar to the Montauk Project, talking about putting their souls into another person from a distance, into another incarnation kind of concept? Is that kind of along with those lines? I guess I don't know. I don't know, like a quantum replication of somebody in another reality.
Surprised you haven't gone with any videos yet.
I didn't want to like interrupt anybody when they were speaking, because it'd be very.
Oh God!
Be very rude. But yeah.
Diggy boys, thanks for the follow. If you follow my channel, make sure to hit the other button where you can see my other channels, because Saturday nights at 11 p.m. Gina reads adult literature, aka lady porn, aka adult books at night.
Did you say literature?
I said literature.
It's like literature, but
it's like literature, but more clitty.
See, I don't read it because I can't find it.
My channel or the clit?
Do I need to draw you a map, friend?
I mean,
clit
it. Could, but I mean, if I'm lost in the woods, I don't know what to do.
You might fall into a portal and you'll never find it.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So you asked the question about Montauk.
Montauk.
Oh man.
Montauk is a big broad category, which was all brought back to light with Stranger Things. Yeah,
I think everything about Montauk is crazy. Man, I guess the craziest thing about Montauk is the concept that the RV data was saying essentially that they were able to open up a portal, kind of like what they said in Stranger Things.
Mm-hmm.
And they were sending children through the portal, and a lot of children didn't make it back.
Yeah.
There was also children that were sitting in the chair. This is stories I've heard from others that were Montauk survivors, that a lot of children died in the chair because there was something to do with blood type and the use of the chair.
Yep.
And that these kids just kept dying. And whenever they'd get put in this chair, they eventually figured it out, but it took them a long time and a lot of kids dying.
Yeah, me and Ash actually had an episode on my show one night. The Stranger Things original title was Montauk. And they were like, yeah, we need to do this without actually really saying that we're going to tell you the real stories about what actually happens here and make a lot of money off of it.
Well, and what was messed up is like the crazy thing to me is the RV data actually confirmed that there is something in that other realm of existence that they opened up that was legitimately eating people. Like it was like they explained it as it was like a guardian of that realm of existence that would eat up things that didn't belong there. That was what the RV data was coming back. And they said that the RV data was pretty on point with what the show Stranger Things was saying, that there is some sort of weird flower-headed type creature that legitimately is eating people there.
I mean, the kids had
those kids had it coming. Some kids are pricks. Ain't that the fucking truth, eh?
But yeah, the
Montauk monster. Yeah, didn't they bring the monster to the island too?
Well, the Montauk monster is kind of a questionable scenario for me. Like, I kind of question how much of that is MK Ultra, and kind of question how much of that is real. Like, I think that some of it was real to some extent, but I think that there's some of it that's probably a lot of elaboration that was created through MK Ultra. It seems to me, now this is from what I've seen, is that the MK Ultra was essentially to cover up the reason why they shut down the program and to cover up their tracks for these individuals that were a part of the program and they didn't want them to remember a lot of things.
Yeah.
And I think some of it might actually be an elaborate story. But I think that there is a monster. It's just not the monster that they want to talk about from the information that was given out for the shutting down of the facility. I think that the monster that was really there was something on the other side that they didn't know exactly what they were dealing with.
Yeah.
But there could be something to the whole creation of something into reality thing, because they were doing that there. They were creating things into reality from thought. Like, for example, they gave an example that they had one of the kids wish into reality a Coca-Cola.
They actually played that in one of the scenes. They tried to make him move the can or something like that instead.
Yeah. But in this case, they told the kid to make a Coca-Cola. Okay. He did, or she did. I don't know exactly which gender, but they made the Coca-Cola appear on this guy's desk.
Yep.
The guy even opened it up, took a drink out of it, and said, "Yep, that's a Coca-Cola." And he puts it back on his desk, and within like the next day or something like that, it disappears.
I wonder if they would have had a better luck with a banana.
Let's see how far. Come on. Keep going. There it goes. Look at that. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays, folks.
Look at those skills.
Look at all those skills.
Look at those skills. But anyway, so I think that there's something to the creation, thoughts into creation idea. I think there's something to that. How much of that's true, I don't know. It seems like there's a lot of MK Ultra going on with all those individuals, so I don't know. You got a lot of truth there mixed with a lot of lies based around the end of the project. Now that's from what I've seen. Take that for what you will. I mean, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
It is a thing, though. Montauk is a thing, and Stranger Things is more real than what you could ever imagine. Yep.
All right. Who would win in a fight? The Montauk chair operator or a law of the 1/6 density being?
Law of 1/6 density being.
I thought you would get a funny kick out of that one.
I mean, honestly, you wouldn't be able to get much off on a 6 density being. They would know what you were getting ready to do before you even did it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see what else I got here. So, folks, if you are new to the channel, this is one of our shows that we do every so often where we spotlight and highlight one of the creators from our Rumble community. Tonight, we are featuring 123MadAsh. If you are not yet following 123MadAsh, please make sure to do so. I will drop his link in the chat. Ash, do you want to tell the new boys and girls who you are and what you actually speak of and what you kind of do on your channel?
Sure can. I'm over there at 123MadAsh on Rumble. I do the show Wondercast, which is my main show that I've done. I've got 107 episodes in at this point in time. That I do a bit of the Law of One information at the beginning, which is the spiritual information that I kind of been going over a little bit tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And then I go into the topic of the night, which is usually about 2 to 3 hours long, approximately. And we do music videos every 30 minutes as we go along. And then we get into the weirder stuff as the night goes on. We get into the hangout session, which is a mixture of music videos and weirder topics as the night continues on. And of course, this week is going to be a little different. I'm going to have a Light Side Radio Wondercast special.
Yep.
And that's going to be in every 15 minutes. I'm going to have music videos in there. And I do a topic in there about an hour to an hour and a half roundabout-ish anyway.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit shorter of a night when it comes to the topic. And I don't do any spiritual information at the beginning of it. It's pretty much all music at the beginning.
Yeah.
And then I get into the topic and then get into the hangout session like I would normally do a Wondercast, but it's every 15 minutes for a music video. And then, of course, Tuesdays, that's when you get into the music videos of everything. So I do music videos and I do a music video hangout, essentially. Request whatever you want on a Tuesday. I'd go from 3 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. until I get into a K-Star movie night. 40. And K-Star movie night, again, the movies for this Tuesday is going to be 1 Mile Chapter 1 and 1 Mile Chapter 2. So if you want to do some music and movies, you know what to do. Tuesdays are the day for you. And of course, bringing up me and Gina's show and Darth's show and K-Star's show and Frog Spring show. We do that once a month. We go on to my show and once a month. Now, again, I don't think Gina's going to be able to go with us on this next show because I think she's traveling.
Yes, I will be on the road to Jersey, but I'm going to see if I can pop in. Good night, Loiter Lots. I hope you find your way back. I hope you subscribed. We do have a bunch of different shows here. We stream 6 nights a week. It's a fucking riot here. Monday, we do pop culture nights. Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, we do news hangouts where we talk a lot of fucking nonsense. It's chat-based, chat-led. It's fucking hilarious. It's a lot of fun, and you'll see more funny stuff. Go ahead.
But anyway, I think the next one we've got planned anyway for the once-a-month meeting that we do, which is Conspiracy Talk. We're going to be on episode 5 at this point in time.
Which is going to be the
20th.
Yeah.
Yep. That'll be the 20th. So you'll catch me, Darth, and probably Frog Springs and K-Star for sure on that night. I don't think we'll be having Gina this time around, but she'll be on next month. At least that's the plan, I think.
Should be there July, absolutely.
I'm trying to think of when the July one will be. Probably the 18th. That's what I'm seeing. So, all right. But yeah, that's where you can find all the shows
Thanks,
on my
Nightwolf.
end.
Yes. So, like I said, Shawn and I usually on Sundays and Wednesdays, we have a show called About Nothing where we do pointless debates. We are in the middle of a bracket. We're debating cuts of meat and which cuts of meat are better and why. And it's a lot of damn fun. And then it is chat-based, chat-led those nights. And then, like I said, every so often we come across a great content creator and our About Nothings become About Somethings. And we highlight and we ask our guest questions all about them and their shows and their opinions. And we have a lot of great time. And then Mondays, you can see our boy ADLS24 in the chat. We have a great pop culture beatdown night where we talk about all the crazy Holly weird and new shows that are coming out and stuff like that.
Best cut of meat is cocaine.
cocaine.
God, listen, I've never done cocaine, but I'm what you would call cocaine curious.
No, you're not. Put your curiosity away, Kat.
Listen, I'm so ADHD. I don't think cocaine would be able to do anything. I think it would be like, okay, well done on your line of cocaine. Now go have a nap. Or two, well done on your line of cocaine. Let's clean your basement.
See, I'm one of those people that I kind of question that as well. I've never done cocaine either, but at the same time, I think that what scares me most about cocaine is that
My heart would
for
explode.
people who are depressed, that can be a really bad thing. And when I was younger, I had a tendency to be depressed, so I always stayed away from it. So that's part of the reason why I think I stayed away from cocaine for the most part, because it always scared me. It always scared me that the only time you might feel good is when you're on it.
Yeah, for a few
And that
minutes.
scared me because that could lead to an addiction really quick.
Yeah, the only thing you want to do more of cocaine is doing more cocaine after doing more cocaine.
Also, on MadAD, Shawn, it'll still do the trick. I'm a little curious.
No, you're not. Put your curiosity away.
You know me.
I know you. Put your curiosity away.
Hey.
The last thing you fucking need is an addiction.
Hey, my curiosity.
They can't even get addicted to meth.
Hey, my curiosity took me to DMT one time, and I am not at all ashamed to say that I did that. That was a spiritual experience.
We have another guy on the show. I won't mention his names, but he is a gay cunt. He's done DMT too, and he said it's quite an interesting thing where most like mushrooms and stuff like that, you're still in your world experiencing things, but DMT takes you out of your world and puts you into the true world, which for some people is like a holy shit, not where I'm supposed to be. Like the other stuff is like, yeah, the walls are melting and don't look into a mirror, and the other shit is like, holy fuck, we are far away from home.
Yep. Yeah.
I see that. All right, I did DMT last summer. It was great. I have also a DMT curiosity.
I think you should take, I mean, that's my personal opinion.
Like people being like, "Oh yeah, I went somewhere, and it was like a tribal thing or whatever, and we did whatever DMT it was, and there we had shared hallucinations." Well, you don't share a hallucination. That's impossible. You can't see what somebody else sees, right? You cannot do it. You know what you can do? You can both see a thing that's fucking there.
Yeah.
Yep.
So if there's a little goblin or some shit sitting on a rock, and you're like, bro, do you see that goblin? Yeah, I do see that goblin. Why is he looking at me? Why is he looking at you? I want to experience that. Like,
no, you don't.
What fucking veil did you cross through? What piece of because listen, I think we live in a simulation, but what if there's also frequencies involved, right? Because you have one frequency, it doesn't interact with another frequency. You can literally put them all on top of each other and they're doing their own thing. But what if that allows you just to attune to just something a little bit different, and then you can you're seeing shit that's occupying the same space as you that you can't see, and you're like, there's a goblin on a rock and he's looking at me. You're like, well, touch it. I don't want to touch it. You touch it. Like that would be awesome.
Maybe it's your sourdough goblin. But somebody else, I forget who it was in our chat, talked about remember I read about the salvia.
Sounds like a
Oh, yeah,
No,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
a
Russian
plant.
porn star.
No.
Yeah.
We talked about this because we originally thought it was like the stuff that they sold in like the stores as fake weed, but it's not. It's actually a plant from like Mexico or something like that.
Salvia divinorum.
We talked about this with
porn
Danny.
Sounds like a
Yeah.
porn star.
Shh, don't tell them my real name.
Well, I mean, I had an experience, but it was on acid one time with a friend. We were out walking around Cape Girardeau area in Missouri, and we were out walking right
Don't do
close
it,
to
Shawn.
the railroad tracks. We were up on the top of the levee, and we were just sitting there on the top of the levee, and we're just sitting there hanging out. And then all of a sudden, we both see it. We both see this black dog-like thing come running across the tracks, on the tracks, and we couldn't see the legs. The legs were not there, and it just floated and hovered and did this whole thing across. And I turned to my friend and I said, "Did you just see that?" And then he said, "You mean the dark black dog thing that ran across the trail railroad tracks there just a while ago?" And I go, "Yeah, that." I was like, "Okay, well, I'm just making sure you saw it too, because I'm on acid right now. This was a while ago. This is a long time ago. This happened to me."
Good night, Finn.
So again,
Acid is fantastic until it's not.
yeah, but that's another one of those cases where two of us saw the same thing, and we
That's
were both
crazy.
messed up on the same thing.
That's crazy. Like, you're not really supposed to do that. Cosmic says, yeah, that Star Trek Next Generation holodeck made me think this could all be a simulation, bro. I think so. We talked about this being a simulation a little bit earlier, right? And
Yep.
I kind of think it is.
I
There's
did.
all kinds of things.
Be right back, folks. Gotta go to the potty.
That it could make it be a simulation, like during 9/11, which obviously is very sketchy for 100 million reasons.
Yeah.
The reason why the plane looked funny crashing into the building is it was sort of depicted in the film The Matrix when the helicopter crashed, and that shit's hard to fucking render, right? But you know how we also have the Sims video games, right? So that's a simulation, a very crude, poor one. But what if eventually later in the future we have a simulation, like a real good one, Well, what if in that simulation it comes up to the point where they can do a simulation, and then so that's going forward. Well, let's go back. What if we're in the simulation that's been done by a simulation, but that's also been done by a simulation? How many generations in are we?
Yeah, I mean,
Base
honestly,
reality might not even exist. So the thing is, what if we're like 15, 100,000, a million simulations in? It's almost like at the end of solitaire. When you play solitaire on a computer and you win, you get all the cards jumping. What if all of those were like simulations and we're that far in? We can never possibly know where base reality is. And
Right.
what if base reality no longer exists and the simulations are rapidly ending, not all at one time, but crashing upon. And it's just like you know what I mean? This shit bakes my fucking noodle.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, I think, again, that goes back into the law of one. Would pretty much agree with you on that. I mean, Laurel talks about how the first simulations, they were of mind, body, spirit beings, not mind, body, spirit complexes like we are. Mind, body, spirit complexes would mean that, you interweave the three, and you don't have to think about breathing. You don't have to think about your heart beating. You don't have to think about all these things to happen for yourself to survive. There are a lot of, I guess you could say, autonomic and nervous system, and all of that is affiliated with the mind, body, spirit complex. Whereas these first beings that were created in existence, they were mind, body, spirit beings. So they had to legitimately think about breathing. They had to think about their heart beating. They had to think about every little organ and everything doing all of its thing at any given point in time. Again, iterations changed over time until we are at the point where we are now, which we are considered mind, body, spirit complexes. The simulation changed over time.
Yeah.
So,
and
yeah,
you know how in there's like a zeitgeist shift, and it's kind of weird. It's like all at once. or whatever. What if that's like a patch, an update? Right?
Maybe.
What's that shit called? Gina, what's that shit called when people like the Mandela effect?
Mandela effect, yeah.
Right? What if that's just a really bad patch or corrupted simulation software, right? Like
Well,
I know for a matter of fact, and you cannot fucking tell me that the Fruit of the Loom thing didn't have a cornucopia. I know matter of fucking fact. And I watched with my own little fucking eyeballs Sinbad play whatever the fucking movie that was.
Yeah, I want to say it was like Jonathan Taylor Thomas or something was with him in that film.
I don't know.
Or something like that. I want to say that was who was with him in that film, but I may be wrong. But I know what you're talking about. I've seen it back in the day, man, when I was a kid. I remember watching it.
Yeah, like Pikachu, oh, he's got no black on his tail. He most certainly fucking did.
He fucking did, of course. You're right.
Cornucopias.
Yes, exactly. And in fact, we even found someone has
I found the pattern.
Look at the patent, right? And there it is. Like, I fucking knew it. I had those underpants.
Yep.
Underwears? Underpants, because they go under your pants.
Well, when it comes to the Mandela effect, it seems like there's something to do with CERN with it. Like, I really strongly believe that CERN is creating holes in reality that's gobbling up reality, and then the holes get filled in with something else from another reality. That's that kind of actually matches in with what the remote viewing data comes back. It seems like the remote viewing data, when you look into the Mandela effect, it seems to go along with the idea that there are realities mixing together that are filling in the gaps.
That's right.
So
Shazam was erased from collective consciousness when CERN was activated. Sinbad was Shazam. I remember it.
Yeah.
And it's crazy. Like
and then they made the Shaq version of it later on, which I thought was weird because I was like, you already made this film basically.
So Nightwolf said the Mandela effect is caused by alternate universes brushing past each other and counterparts switching places.
Yep.
But let me propose an alternate theoretical that there's hundreds of simulations going simultaneously. And the Mandela effect / deja vu is a bleed over or memories from another simulation / reality getting shifted.
See, now that's similar
to this one.
That's also similar to what the remote viewing information was coming back to. It's very similar. Yeah.
Nelson Mandela was a commie that burned people alive with tires filled with gasoline.
That's probably true.
Propaganda made people remember differently because people are dumb. Alternate reality is fake and gay.
Well, I would agree Nelson Mandela was not necessarily a good person from what I've done some digging on.
No, bad fella. It's just that everyone remembers his death differently, and that's kind of a weird thing.
That's a weird thing. Yeah, and not to mention all the other weird things that go along with the Mandela effect as well. Yeah.
Like, was it Mr. Peanut didn't have a monocle? I'm like, he most certainly fucking did.
Well, that goes back
with the Monopoly guy.
The
Monopoly guy, he had a monocle.
Yep.
They're like, no, you're confusing it. I'm like, I'm not confusing it. It's a peanut who had a circle around his eye. I remember it.
Mm-hmm.
If I remember
Star
correctly,
Trek quote?
The peanut guy was based around the Monopoly guy. If I'm correct on that, I may be wrong though, but
I wouldn't doubt that.
They remember him differently, not his death. Is deja vu just telepathy?
I don't know. Sometimes I get weird. I get
deja vu a lot.
I get weird deja vu, and it's when I get deja vu, it's not like a sequence of event. It's just almost like a snapshot, like a Polaroid, where like in this instance, I was here. I did it. I don't know the sounds. I don't know what was being said. I don't know nothing. It's just a Polaroid. I've been here.
Mm-hmm.
I actually, believe it or not, I actually experienced that today. Actually, today, a handful of hours ago, I was literally having an argument. I was fighting with my wife, and I stopped mid and I looked around like, oh yeah, I had this snapshot, this Polaroid image of this like a week or two ago. No idea what it was. Here we are.
Well, I've done like the RV data on Deja Vu seems to come back something like different realities of you experiencing similar scenarios and you recall it. Take that for what you will.
I will remember him dying and getting released from prison. Both. I was just like, oh, I thought he died. Oh, well. Shawn say, I want Gina's peanuts, but without the tea.
Oh, you cheeky bugger. You want me to talk about Gina's enlarged clitoris?
My clitoris?
Yep.
Sir?
Yeah, so it's just, I don't know, it's crazy stuff. So whether that's like the simulation glitching or patches or multiple
you then kick your
simulations,
wifey
I
in the
never even
shin?
thought about multiple simulations. It could be multiple. We could just be in one great big fucking server somewhere. Like, I mean, that's crazy.
Cosmic wants to know,
simulation knowledge is what that's what I'm getting back.
Do you think it all started with CERN verging us off into many multiverse realities, or was it before that?
Could be.
Well,
that was 2015, was it not? I think the first shift.
I thought that wasn't that 11? Was that 2011?
2011, 2012 is when they fired that thing up, as I understand it. Right.
Gotcha.
Shit did go weird after that. That's true.
I think that the realities thing has been merging since CERN. I think that we were already kind of moving that way with it goes back into the harvest or end time scenario or whatever the case may be, or the veil dropping, however you want to look at it. But at the same time, I think CERN has sped it along.
Good night, Nana Bear.
Good night, Nana Bear.
Good night, Ash.
Good night. Good night, Nana.
Maybe
that's my
Dick's got
personal
him pulled.
opinion.
A lot of this has been going on. All this has been going on long before CERN. CERN was just an attempt to control it.
Yep.
That's an interesting thought.
I could see that. I really can. Yeah, I could see
They're
that.
like, oh shit, we need to figure out how to stop this TBA, all these timelines. Let's fire this thing up.
I kind of wonder if CERN is just not trying to open the pit like it says in the Bible. I think maybe it's trying to do that as well as possibly control future timelines, if at all possible, as well. Because I keep hearing back that Project Looking Glass can't see past 2012.
Maybe.
I keep hearing that. And if that's the case, it would make sense why these people are trying to get past and change events past 2012.
So the APOC said there is a theory that we all actually died in 2012 or whatever year, and we don't know we're dead.
Interesting.
I mean, that's interesting. That's interesting.
That is. Wow.
And if Project Looking Glass can't see past 2012, that's an interesting thery.
I want to do a thing. Not exactly goats, but goat like. I just want to thank Dickie Boy and Friendly Slumlord and Loiter Lots and Stetch 444 and Cosmic Crazy Lingo and Alpha Kid Supreme, as well as P. Wiskowski. You all follow the channel, and that actually means a ton to us because we're driving towards 1,500, and what you've done, you guys tonight collectively has been amazing. You guys are absolutely goated. So I wanted to thank you guys before you hopefully you stay until the end. But if you didn't, I just want to acknowledge you guys personally and specifically. Thank you. It means the world to us. So you are goated. And just so you know, that actual testicles around this goat. Our friend Davey, that's his balls wrapped around that goat. And so you guys are scroted. So thank you. Welcome to the family. We love and appreciate you.
We love you.
So that's that. We'll do. We will do mop up goats correctly at the end. But
there's another thing that happens here too, folks. When you gift a subscription, this happens. And Spuds has gifted 1 subscription to Third Railify. And if You know, Spuds is he's an amazing guy here. So sometimes I just like to give him a burr 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 burr.
Yeah, I don't need a soundboard when I got Gina's mouth.
Driving towards 1.5K. I hope.
1.5K.
Yeah.
Is Gina or Shawn driving the channel?
Both of us, but Gina's boobs help. Not gonna lie, her boobs help.
The
Burr, 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 burr.
third.
I was in a wholly unrelated channel, and somebody saw me, and they're like, "Hey, Shawn, burr 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 burr." I'm like, "Fuck."
Good night, Bane.
Yeah. So, Spuds, thank you.
We love you, Spuds.
Increased your slot on the wheel. We love and appreciate you. So
You gotta let them know about the wheel.
Okay, I know this. This part is, I guess, kind of boring and gay, but just bear with us for a minute here. We do a thing here on Third Railify where we actually have 3 wheels, right? The first wheel is a gifted sub wheel. The second wheel is a donation wheel, and the third wheel is a Rumble hat giveaway wheel. Right? The Rumble hats are these ones, right? We have a bunch. Gina and I went to an event and we scooped up fucking a box full of them, and so we're giving them away. Right. So if you donate a gifted sub, your entry goes on there, right? So the more subs you gift, the bigger your slice. Anyways, we spin it at the end of the year, not end of the year, sorry, the end of the month, very, very dramatically. And so here is thirdrailify.com/shop, right? This is our websites, our store. We have all kinds of stuff on here, mugs and shirts and coats, and like this one, like the shirt says "I am not a sandwich," and it's a hot dog. That's great. And pajamas and stickers, like the blankets. Like I have a Third Railify blanket now. This koozie says "Smash me, I'm ripe," and it's an avocado. I mean, that's just so great. PhD in jiggle physics. I mean, so we have all kinds of stuff, and you can win that. And so Rumble rants also go on here, and we spin that at the end of the month. This third wheel, lots of different ways to get on it, but ultimately the way that we want you to get on it is by voting for us on the potties. Not a thing that Tyler shits on, but the award show being hosted by the Whiskey Capitalist. So that is what I want you to do. Are you kicking me out of the thing? Are you kicking me out of my Rumble studio? You're muted.
Oh, I'm not in Rumble Studio at all.
It just booted me out. This is the second time I've been booted.
No, I'm not in there at all.
Well, that's alarming, don't you think?
That's
are we
very
still
alarming.
We're still on, right? We're still on.
Yeah, we're still on. Yeah.
Oh, fucking gay. Stream not found. What do you mean stream? What are you saying to me, sir? Like Rumble's okay, here we go. We're in.
Well, what can I say? Anytime I come onto a show with somebody else, this is what weird shit.
Me and Ash always have weird fucking electronic stuff.
It's bad. Cecil strikes again. Cecil's bad luck.
Yep.
Did you get in?
Rumble been kicking people all night. Happened to Anna and Cecil's. Fucking goddamn it.
Are you in, or do you need me to try?
No, don't touch nothing. I'm in. It's fine.
Like all the way in.
I don't need any women landing the plane upside down.
Oh, sir. I have my CDL. I don't land anything upside down unless you want me to be upside down.
Listen, she can drive a snowplow. She does have her CDL, and it's only because she has to pilot that dump truck of a rear end she has.
I do know how to back that ass up.
Yeah. Just know that the stream can end at any moment. Yeah, that's that.
Yeah, so make sure you like, share, subscribe, and follow, most importantly, because at any time Rumble can crumble, And you need to make sure you find your way back here and don't be a dick. Just click the button. That's all.
That's right.
Yep. Yep. It's the ghost of decency, maybe.
That
Maybe.
happened.
This is
Oh,
the screen
Dicky Boy got the gifted sub from Spudsies.
Yep, he's a part of the family now. He can't go anywhere.
Oh, you're stuck with us forever.
Yep.
Sorry, not sorry. And since you guys all subscribed, Shawn read all your names out, you do get a spot on our wheel to win a Third Railify hat. And now you have the chance, if you bring any friends over and you say, hey, Dicky Boy sent me, and you follow the channel, you also get a spot on the wheel to win a hat.
Is that how we're doing it?
That's how you say it. It's
No.
in the thing. Yes.
Not in the thing.
You follow the channel.
I read the thing. I read the thing all the time. Look at it.
Yeah.
Bring a friend. Bring someone new who isn't already following us. When they follow the Railify, both of you get a entry on the wheel.
Yes.
It's different than what you said.
They were brought here.
That's not how that works. Fucking fast and loose. I just got kicked out. I just got yeeted again.
It's not me. Do you think you should change your patent? I think it's just a Rumble thing.
I think it's just rumbling.
Yeah. EA
Rumble's
Sports
crumbling.
in the game.
Yep. Oh well, that's fine. We'll leave it. I won't muck about. Won't muck about it. And then yeah, so gay.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not
What
in there.
other what other oddities do we have?
What other questions do I have for Ash? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
All right. All right. So, what role do you think consciousness and frequency play in all of these hidden technologies and agendas?
A lot of things. Montauk was kind of like the brainchild of all of those things being put together.
Mm-hmm.
Project Stargate, any of that, like all of this stuff, including simulation theory, all of it. It's all frequency vibration.
Oh, that's a great question, Friendly. Ash is not Canadian.
Nope.
There's one Canadian on the stream, yeah? Can you guess who it is? Go on, Ash.
Oh, there's one Canadian on the screen.
No, I mean on the stream. But go ahead, continue with your conversation.
Oh, okay. I thought you were asking me. I was like, well, I know this answer. But anyway, but yeah, I really think that
That's not nice.
I really think that frequency and vibration has a lot to do with a lot of different technologies that's out there, including like the healing stuff and all of it, including do weapons. Do weapons are a big thing for frequency and vibration. I think that a lot of the Savannah syndrome cases that we're hearing has to do with a lot of do weapons, quite honestly.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, I'd say a lot of newer type of technologies are going to be really focused upon the frequency and
Frequencies.
vibration stuff. Yeah.
Like
sure.
Operation, like frequency shit your pants.
Yeah. Yeah. Frequency
Code
makes
Brown.
you feel absolute pain. Feel like your insides are being
Well, they
being
used
cooked.
it in Stranger Things.
Yep.
They 100% used it in Stranger Things to combat Elle and her powers.
Yep. That's for sure. I agree. I think that that's a big thing for the future for sure. I honestly, I think that frequency and vibration has even a lot to do with the anti-grav technology, like stuff that they're working on as well. I think all of it. I think it's all connected, quite honestly.
Pestle baby. When I call Gina, brr. All right. Ash, how did you first get into conspiracy research, and what was the big red pill moment that changed everything for you?
as far as getting into this research, it's because I had so much crazy stuff going on in my life. I had a lot of things happening that I didn't quite understand why it was and what was going on. Like, I've had experiences ever since I was a kid having to do with reptilians, especially in coming to me in my dreams. I didn't realize what they were at the time. I just thought that they were like a snake person, when you're that young, I just assumed that I was just, imagining it. But it got to the point where I was getting harassed on a regular basis. This being would come to me in my dreams and it would murder me in different random ways when I was a kid.
That sounds terrifying.
Yeah. I've experienced about every way to die you can possibly imagine, according to the reptilian being that was trying to hunt me down throughout my life. But I've experienced grays. I've experienced insectoids. I've even had a couple of encounters with reptilians in the real life. A buddy of mine, he was on here a while ago, McTurnt. Me and him saw something that, the only thing I can describe it as is it was a reptilian. Like, it was full on, like it had a tail. It had two legs. It was walking around. It's kind of doing this whole thing. And it had a long, beak to it to some extent. And the best way I can explain it was it was translucent.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could see right through it, but you could see the outside edges of it kind of glimmering. And it moved across the yard, and then I looked over at my buddy McTurnt, and I go, McTurnt. I was like, did you just see what I saw?
Did it have a tiny hat?
Yeah. And then my friend was like, a see-through type looking being that ducked down behind some stuff in the yard over there. I go, yeah, that's it. That's what I saw too. Okay. Just making sure you saw a similar thing that I saw. Okay. And again, I've had these experiences all my life, stuff like this happening all my life. I had an insectoid encounter one time, and I didn't see it with my physical eyes. But when I took a picture in an area where I heard a noise in my house, this thing popped up on my picture. Well, I was so excited at that point. I was like, oh man, I got a picture of one of these things. That's great. Well, anyway, my wife comes home and the picture's disappeared. Like, just disappeared, gone. So I had no proof. I took a picture of it, had no proof. Again, something like this happened with a friend of mine. We were all out and about, and we were, she saw something in like a cave. She comes out, kind of like, ooh, 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 screaming kind of. And she took some pictures. She took a picture of one of these things as it was in the cave, and it looked like a gray alien being in there. Well, I told her, I was like, you better send that picture to at least like 2 or 3 or 4 people. I was like, if you don't, it's going to disappear, or something's going to be weird with it and you're not going to see it in there or something.
Start shooting with film again.
Yeah. Well, anyway, she didn't do what I said and she didn't send it out, but she showed some people that was with us the picture that she had. Fast forward a little bit of time. The creature disappeared in the picture, of course. But what was weird is she says that every so often it will reappear again in the photo.
That's weird.
Yeah. And it's almost like it's shielding you from seeing it in the photo.
Yeah.
And from time to time, the shielding's not there to protect it from being able to be seen in the photo.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird as that sounds. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how. I really don't know. I don't know how to explain it. But I warned her. I told her. I was like, look. I was like, you need to send this out to multiple people. If you don't, something weird's going to happen with that photo.
It's a Back to the Future photo.
I was right. But yeah, I mean, this stuff exists. The problem is I have with this whole government related topic
Mm-hmm.
is that I feel like there's going to be a lot of truth wrapped in lies. And I'm worried that the lie that they're going to tell is either one of three choices. I think one of the three choices might be the Stephen Greer topic, as I like to call it, the Stephen Greer psyop. Essentially, oh, there are no bad beings out there. They're all good. It's kumbaya aliens out there. They're all good guys. Where's
Well, that's just fundamentally down to its core retarded.
that is. I 100% agree with you, Shawn.
It's not even good.
100%.
Like, not even we're not even a good being.
Right. Kumbaya aliens. That just don't make any damn sense to me.
Like, if we came, across, let's say, I don't know, Elon gets us to Mars or something like that. We found like some sort of squirrel or something just puttering about because there's, you know what I mean?
I feel like Elon's half something, half human.
He's an autist, but that's not the point. The point is, if we found a little creature somewhere, it would be technically an alien, right?
Yeah, anything from outside
We would,
this world.
we'd scoop it up and then put things in his butt.
Yep.
Just like they do to us.
Yep.
They are us. I'm telling you.
Yeah, you are pretty much right on, because we turn into whatever these beings are that's up there.
Well, because listen, time.
Yeah, different time.
We can only perceive time as a linear thing when it's actually sort of a timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly ball of spaghetti, right? So, some of you will know where that's from. But yeah. It's timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly.
Doctor Who.
Right.
Doctor Who, baby.
Right. And that's basically it. So the past and the future, as well as the present, it's all being lived simultaneously in the exact moment. And so any little aliens that come to put shit in our butt is just us.
Mm.
I mean, nobody else is going to be interested in our own butts.
Well, I think a lot of the Orion reasoning behind why they do a lot of this stuff, at least according to the Law of One information on it, is they want to make us feel like animals in a lab. They want to make us feel fear. They want to make us feel like we're lost control of the scenario and situation. It's all about that fear. It's all about they get something off of it. They really do. I've talked about it as loosh, biophotonic light, flavored in flavorings of pain, flavored in flavorings of like agony, sorrow, different flavorings of this biophotonic light that we put up, that we all put off. All of us put off this light. And something about these higher density beings, they get something off of that. And that's the devil and demon beings, of course. That gets into all that. But, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, well, I'm interested in Gina's butt, so I guess sign me up for that little hat.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm so tired of the argument between people and saying, are aliens real? Well, yeah. I mean, we call human beings that are not from our own country aliens.
I was going to say my grandmother's passport says alien on it.
Right.
Anything not from your spot.
Right.
When I go to Canada, I'm an alien.
Right.
When Shawn comes to Boston, he's an alien.
Well, you're a midget.
Not a midget.
If you believe in demons and devils and angels, those are aliens. I mean, they're not from this existence. They're not from here.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, however you want to look at it.
What if? Hear me out. What if they? What if it's not so much a fascination with butts, but what if? It's us, right? From a time, and they need us from a time. Let's say maybe a time where they're, I don't know. Maybe they're sick. Maybe they're contaminated. Maybe there's something, and they need to go to a time where we're not, and they need to, I don't know, do shit before whatever happens to them, right? Because at some point, if they were us from the future, something fucking wonky happens to make them look like little cunts.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So maybe they're trying to uncurse themselves somehow, and the answer is, I don't know, in your fucking colon or somehow.
Well, I know that's the excuse that a lot of the Greys use. The Greys like to throw that at people saying, "Oh, we really want to help our genetics out. We're you in the future, and we really want to help our genetics out. There's stuff here in the past that we can grab up that would help our genetics for the future. Honestly, I don't know if that's true. I think that they're liars, personally. I mean, they're demons. I mean, do you expect to get any truth out of a demon? I mean, really, you're going to get falsehoods, wrapped.
Well, how would you know what's what?
Exactly. I honestly don't know if you can even trust them.
I mean, if there were a demon and the demon said anything, you'd be like, well, you're a demon.
Right.
I'm not going to trust you. But if the demon said, well, I'm here to enslave and take over, you'd be like, yeah, I trust that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when it comes
Isn't
to
that what our government is doing now?
Things, yeah, you can trust them when it comes to that. But I think that I just don't know. I don't trust the concept of, oh, we're just taking your genetics because we want to fix our species in the future. I just don't buy that.
Would you not want to fix your species if you looked like a little cunt and you were like 4 feet tall?
I mean, to some extent, but I just don't buy it only because...
Is that like a personal attack or something?
No, but if you look at the little aliens, right, they got big fucking, they're gray and they got no dicks. Like, I mean, I'd want to fix that too.
No, I mean, I don't blame you on that, but at the same time, I just feel like that's just a ploy maybe from their side. Like, feel sorry for us. Give us your genetics. Feel sorry for us. Honestly, I think that's a lot of it. They get something out of it genetic wise that honestly, I keep hearing that our genetics are very important to them for more things technology wise. When it gets into cloning, it gets into the concepts of mixing their genetics with our genetics to create the hybrid type thing. I mean, we've had some people talk about that politicians wise, saying that, they have a human hybrid alien program. Yeah, I've been talking about that for a long while. And a lot of these really bad ones, they are doing that. They're doing that on a regular basis. They're mixing their genetics with humans to create these hybrid beings. And these hybrid beings are kind of like, the intermediaries between them and the humans that are here and all of that stuff. It's weird, guys. It's weird.
Have any of you read Childhood's End?
I have not.
I don't know what that is.
I have not read that. No. What's it about? Do we know?
No idea. Basic asked us.
Okay. I don't think I've ever read that. Is that kind of like what was that book? Kind of like the book Contact or whatever? Is that kind of similar to that?
Maybe.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Sexiest sneeze on Rumble, folks.
It's embarrassing when I'm out in public, even online. Everybody just turns and looks, and I'm like,
okay, alien invasion novel.
Oh.
Interesting. What was the method and reasoning for the invasion? Was it physical, or did they manipulate the top levels of our society to do the work for them? Because that's more like reality.
Right. Thank you, Neuro. Thank you, Andrew.
Like they always say, are the aliens going to come and invade? They're already here, guys. They're already here.
They've been here long before we've even been here.
They've been here. I'm not ever going to look for the alien invasion stuff because that's just gobbledygook.
That's a look here, don't look here. Aliens have been here for a long, long time, which is why when you look at pyramids and their drawings over in Egypt, they're the same in Mexico, and they're the same over on Australia, and they're the same
Turkey.
Everywhere else.
Yep.
People just can't draw the same thing from different places.
Yeah, I find it interesting that Turkey, Mexico, or South America, and Egypt all have bird people.
Yes.
I find that interesting.
Here, same thing. If you look at a lot of the totem poles from the Indians, like the Wampanoag tribes and all of those. Same things on all of their totems. They have a lot of bird-headed people.
Yep. A lot of those bird-headed guys. I always like to say that those are the when you see the bird-headed individuals, a lot of them are the angelic terrestrial fifth densities.
Maybe they just had big beaks on them.
I mean, yeah, they do have big beaks. I do. Yeah.
Jews before it was cool.
Jews before it was cool.
I had a weird experience with what I assume is a bird person. Anyway, I did some crystal work on it to find out it was a bird person. I told Gina about it a while back.
Is that when we both saw the same fucking thing out our window?
Yes, that is exactly what we're getting at here. I didn't know if you wanted me to tell you about or tell about that or not.
Doesn't matter to me because it was the weirdest thing because I saw it, my daughter saw it, I messaged you and I was like, did you see that? And you said exactly in your text message exactly what I saw before I even say, what did you see?
Yup. Well, the story goes is I had this picture that there was me and a friend. This is the story anyway. Me and a friend, we were sitting at his house, just chilling and talking. And in case if you're wondering, the friend, he from time to time comes into the chat from time to time. He's known as Master Shake. Well, anyway, I was sitting there hanging out with him, and we were discussing, the whole concept of different alien beings and possibly where we came from. Well, anyway, he believes himself to be an Andromedan from another realm of existence, or anyway. And I believe myself long ago to be a Pleiadian, the bird person type. Well, anyway, story goes is I wouldn't have ever found this out or any of this scenario out if it wouldn't have been for him. We were discussing it, and I was like, man, I don't know what you would have looked like, dude. And he goes, man, I don't know either. He goes, let me see. He goes, I have an idea. And I was like, what are you doing, dude? He goes, just give me a moment. So he's looking online, and I'm like, you're not going to be able to find an Andromedan like picture. I mean, good luck, but okay. Well, anyway, he's like, oh, I found something. I'm like, okay. And so he shows it to me, and it was a Stephen Greer picture that was taken at a CE5, and they said it was this Andromedan. Well, anyway, he goes on a little bit further, and he says, hey, look, there's another picture. He says, hey, look, it's a bird person. Well, anyway, I'm like, dude, I was like, that's a freaking great picture. I was like, that's pretty on point. I was like, well, all right, cool. So I saved it. And so I started taking it around to different people that I would possibly think that, would kind of understand where I'm coming from on this stuff. So the last person I take this to, right before my mom, I talked to my mom about the stuff. I talked to Gina. And Gina was the person I talked to right before my mom. Well, anyway, I told Gina, I was like, look, this is what I saw. I was like, I actually have a picture of it. All right, I drew a picture of it. But anyway, I'll show you the picture that I drew of it here in a moment, because this is what I saw later on. But anyway, I told Gina, I was like, this is a picture of the Pleiadian people. I was like, this is the type of people that I used to be a part of, long ago, because I believe myself to be a wanderer. Well, anyway, she's like, oh, that's pretty cool. I was like, I've never seen something like that. It's pretty cool. Well, anyway, fast forward to where I go up and meet up with my mom. Of course, my mom, she's kind of half believing in what I was doing at the time, and she never really quite understood where I was coming from. She, made some jokes with me about it, and then I left. Well, anyway, I was driving home, and I didn't get very far. I was coming up over top of a hill around Water Tower Hill, where I'm close to where I'm living at. And I'm going down over the hill, and I see something white fly across the road. And it kind of hovered. And I'm like, what the hell is that? And I'm driving by at this point really slow because I'm trying to figure out what the hell it was I saw. And I'm looking over to my right, and in this person's yard was a white cloaked figure vibrating at a frequency that I couldn't even believe that it was vibrating. Like at the frequency it was vibrating. Like it looked like it was like shaking like this, like constantly.
Like it was trying to manipulate the frequency.
Yeah, and it was vibrating.
Gina's vibrator got away from her.
Yeah. And it, I mean, like you could not see the face of the thing, and you could only see the outline of it, and you could see that it was moving really, really strange. Like it moved its head around like this.
Good night, Stetch. Thanks for being here, doll.
Well, anyway, like a bird. Like it moved its head like a bird.
Mm-hmm.
And well, anyway, this was what I saw. It had white cloak and a black face. It was about 4 to 5 feet tall, somewhere around that area. And well, anyway, that's approximately what I saw, but the outside edges was vibrating. Well, anyway, I go home and I saw it. I stopped for a moment in the road and I thought to myself, I don't know about that. I better continue driving on. I was like, I could talk to it. I was like, but I better continue driving on because I don't know what type of a being this is, quite honestly.
Well, that's why red shirts die, because they go out and they investigate shit that they shouldn't.
Right. So I continue on. I go home, and then I start asking Crystal work questions on it because
we're gonna jump on that afterwards because people want to know what your
friendly
crystal
says.
work means.
Was it running out of a Walgreens with a bunch of other teens? Usually with your maybe with Skittles.
Skittles.
Well, this is in the middle of nowhere. I live pretty much in the middle of nowhere, and my town it's like maybe 1,500 people in the town. So this is on the outskirts of town, like close to the edge of town. So middle of nowhere. And I went home. I asked some questions. Come to find out, it was the same being that was in the picture that I was showing around.
They do look alike, don't they?
It was the same being that I was showing around in pictures to people, and I kept getting back that it was showing up to let me know that I was on the right path, and it was showing up to let me know that I had the right idea. And evidently, it was a friend of mine from a previous existence that I had no idea that was a friend. And well, anyway, I immediately started messaging Gina, and I said, Gina, I was like, this is freaking crazy what I've encountered. So I messaged her and I told her what all I saw and everything that I had encountered in that situation. Well, anyway, what was it? A day? Was it a day later? Okay, it was a day later. And do you want to tell this part of it, Gina?
Me and Erin were sitting on the porch, and we were talking and whatever. And my porch has all windows. You've seen my porch, so it's all windows. I have trees all around me, and we have a lot of animals and birds and wildlife or whatever. And we're sitting there, and all of a sudden, this thing flies by the window, like, phew, like to the point where me and Erin both look at each other and we're like, was that a bird? Like, was that like a hawk that just flew by the window? And I was like, kind of looked like it, but I couldn't see its face. And she was like, yeah, it went by so fast. The face was like, it looked like black. Like I couldn't even tell what it was. And I was like, huh, that was weird.
So you saw a face. The face was black too.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out that. She was like, was it a hawk? Was it a bald? Like what just went by? Was the seagull? I was like, I had no idea.
Yes, a black-faced seagull.
I don't know.
A seagull in blackface, you might.
So I was like, I looked at her and I was like, that was so weird. And the first thing I had to my mind was, I was like, I need to text Ash. And I was like, I don't know if an owl flew by my window or a seagull, but this big thing just flew by my window and I wasn't nervous or scared. And I was like, this is like an interesting thing. And he was like, did it kind of look like this? And I was like, Yeah, and he was like, "That's kind of weird because I saw that yesterday."
Yep.
No, no bacaw.
Macaw.
I'm gonna bacaw you in the nose. But it was like the weirdest thing because like we had the same exact experience, me, him, and my daughter, without even knowing it until I told them about it.
And it was, and I got back that it was because I showed you that picture and that there was some sort of connection. Again, going back into what I've talked about, but with you and Shawn, that there's some sort of connection between us and our past lives and this particular being.
Yep.
Now that we've seen the photo of your hooded urban street youth, will we now experience Justin Trudeau as the seagull fly past our homes?
Well, I mean, maybe if I showed, maybe Shawn, if I showed you the actual picture of him, maybe you might.
Listen, if there was a black urban street youth in my town, I'd be alarmed.
I mean, it's a possibility. We'll just say that. I mean, I wasn't expecting Gina to see it. I honestly wasn't expecting anybody but me. That's usually how that goes. But
maybe basic.
It surprised me. It really surprised me.
I am from Boston, so it could have been a random street youth.
All right. Okay, Ash, if you can you before we get out of here, can you explain to at the very least Andrew who had asked about what was the question about your
crystal work that you speak of?
Crystal work.
Crystal pendulum work is what I'm talking about. I ask questions kind of like it's yes and no questions. Sometimes I get a magical block from time to time. That happens from time to time, but it's yes and no questions. How it works is every person has a specific way in which the pendulum will work for asking questions. You'll get a specific way that it always answers for yes, and a specific way for a no. And how it works is like, for instance, for me, a yes is straight across. It always is a straight across thing for me. It goes back and forth, straight across. A no will be a counterclockwise turn. And depending on how big the no or how big the yes is, you might have to ask more questions because you might have a little bit of yes in there with a little bit of no in there, or a little bit of a mixed bag of the question that you asked.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I do it. There's been times that I get magically blocked. I have yet to figure out one time of how to get past. I have yet to figure out one time of a magical block that I couldn't get past. I have yet to be blocked. I've had people try to block me. I've had other entities try to block me even, but I can usually get past it. How a magical block visualizes itself in a pendulum is it'll just sit there and shake. It won't even do anything. It'll just sit there and shake like it's trying to do something, but it just can't. And when I see that, that means that I'm getting magically blocked for a question. So
rock blocked, said Hey Pog.
Yeah, rock blocked. A lot of truth to that.
Rock blocked, cock blocked, beaver dam.
Yeah. So how it works is, I just ask questions. They have to be yes and no questions. You can't ask a question that doesn't have a yes and no answer to it.
Mm-hmm.
It works very similarly to remote viewing. The difference between what I do and remote viewing is I'm a bit more silent than remote viewers. Remote viewers, if they go into a situation scenario and view it, they can be viewed by higher density beings. They can be viewed by other humans that are also remote viewers. It's a possibility. When it comes into the idea of what I do, I'm pretty silent. I'm I find my ways through things, and most of the time, at least from what I'm seeing, they don't know that I'm looking. So that is what it is. And honestly, I found that remote viewing and crystal work works really well together. Like, you can take remote viewing as like your, like, the way I like to look at it, as remote viewers like to paint a big picture. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not very fine detailed, but it's a big picture. Okay. And then crystal work comes back over the top of it, and you can fine tune the questions about the big picture and then find out what the specifics are about what's going on with the remote viewing. It works really well together. I found that crystal work and remote viewing are darn near 100% compatible with one another, at least from what I've seen. A lot of times whenever remote viewers get back a different answer than what I get, it's usually because the fine-tunement of what they saw is either misinterpreted, like they're looking at the big picture, and then they're gathering information from that big picture that just doesn't 100% line up with 100% certainty of the truth. Like, there might be small details that they're missing, whereas the crystal work can go back over the top of it and get those fine detail questions answered. And like, for instance, here's an example. There was a case where I was looking into it was a video of an alien type being that was, it looked like a gray being. And it looked like it was hacking. It was coughing, and it looked like it was about ready to die. Well, anyway, guys come in and try to save the thing, whatever. Well, anyway, they got back that it was an alien being. Okay. That's what they got back. RV data came back, alien being. That's what it was. I got back, no, it was not an alien being. Okay. Now, why the discrepancy? Well, what it turns out is we were both right. As weird as that sounds. They were looking at it from the perception of what was controlling the being itself. What was controlling the being itself? A gray alien being. But what was in front of those people was a thought form construction. It was something that was not necessarily real by all senses and purposes. If you were to open up that being, you would find that there's no organs on the inside of it. There was nothing, no working parts. It was just a thought form construction created by these beings so they can get around the loophole of quarantine.
Basic has a question for you. Can you ask questions about other people? And do they have to be physically present in some way for it to work?
No, I mean, I can ask whatever questions that I want to ask about anybody, as long as the questions are legitimate. I can even look into past lives of individuals. I can even look into, with caveats, present time. Again, I've talked about the caveats of present time. If it has legs, it can move. It has a mind, it can rethink its thoughts. Things like that can change. Future events, I would not suggest listening to anybody when it comes to remote viewing future events. Don't do it. Don't do it, because it will change. It's almost guaranteed whatever you look at, including crystal work, it's going to change. So I don't try to look at anything future at all. Present with caveats, future, no go. I won't do it.
One last question before we wrap it up for the night. Ella said, as someone who has seen a ghost, what are the ideas of what they could be? Lost spirits or souls, beings of another dimension, something beyond our intellectual comprehension?
Real quick, I want to answer somebody in the chat real quick. Rip Wardog, wait, aren't all questions legitimate? To an extent. If the question, like, for instance,
like, does Shawn have a big wang? Answer.
Yeah.
No.
If the question is Shawn the Pope? I mean, of course, Shawn's not the Pope.
I could be.
I mean,
In some multiverse, I literally am the
I
Pope.
mean, some multiverse, maybe you are. But in this reality, no, of course, the legitimate question, it's not really a legitimate question. What I'm saying is like, yes, to some extent, yes, they are legitimate questions. All questions are legitimate. But when it comes to certain questions that are like, they can change depending on the scenario and situation, like present moments. Present moments. I gave the example of with Darth. He didn't know if he was going to attend the meeting that we had up until the last moment. So his mind was going from I don't want to go, I do want to go, I don't want to go, I do want to go.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't get a legitimate answer from that because he didn't make up his mind until the moment of.
Fuck you, Andrew.
But that's what I'm trying to get at for that. I hope that answered your question. But anyway, what was the question you had?
Alice
Gina?
wants to know what are ghosts? Are they lost beings? Are they souls? Are they something from another dimension? What do you think they are?
But here's the thing: is ghosts are a thing. Law of One talks about it. It talks about how ghosts are. Most people have it right, quite honestly. Beings that people who have decided that they don't want to move on. Their will is just that intense that they don't want to move on. Maybe they want to take care of an individual that is still alive. Maybe there's something about this life that's keeping them there.
Maybe they don't know they're dead.
That is another thing. Ross talked about that too.
Because listen, if this is all a simulation, which again I believe it is, right? What if we're all just individual tiny little programs running inside a simulation program, and the program gets terminated, but it doesn't know that it gets terminated. So it's kind of a race, but it's not really a race. It's still kind of there, kind of act. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you go, okay, well, why are you still here? It's like, well, because I'm supposed to be here. Like, why are you bothering me? I have stuff to do. Well, you're supposed to go. You're supposed to move on. What the fuck are you talking about? I still have shit to do.
Right.
And then people go, oh, he just doesn't move on. He doesn't want to move on. No, it's literally just a program trying to operate that, somehow, was terminated or corrupted or something. And we wanted it to go, but it's not quite entirely. It's like when you delete something, it doesn't entirely delete. You know what I mean? It's
unfinished business, unresolved trauma, not wanting to move on.
Right.
And that kind of stuff.
Or leaving your soulmate, your twin flame. Maybe you don't want to leave without them.
Right. Raw talks about how it's good to have a what they call the putting the body to rest ceremonies because it helps those individuals who are dead to realize, hey, I'm dead.
Yep.
I don't think that would work for me. I don't want to be dead.
Right. But again, this gets back into
You're very much alive.
Some individuals
boobs are too nice to move away from.
It's time to move on. Some individuals go, no, I'm not ready. Nope. Time to stay here.
Right? Like boobs are way too nice to move on from. Who wants to go where it's like, oh, and it's beautiful. Yeah, but there might not be boobs wherever is next.
Yep. But
right,
anyway,
if it's like, oh, we're energies or shapeless forms and energies, it's beautiful, whatever. I want boobs. I don't want to
hear me out. Maybe he got blown so hard he saw the Matrix.
Maybe.
But
again, you make a good point, Shawn.
Described. Do you think Andrew? You know what Gina has just described? She has just described something from the Animatrix. You ever see the Animatrix?
Yep.
With the guy is fucking. It's one of the short films. It talks about how there's lots of ways to get out of the Matrix, and sometimes you're working so hard. It was like this black fella. He was a sprinter, and he was sprinting, and he's sprinting. He sprinted so hard he woke himself up.
Yep.
Oh.
Maybe that lady touched my pee-pee in such a way that I literally saw the code.
Maybe. But
Thank Gina for that.
You do make a good point about this world. You may not have boobs in the next one. Do you think reptilians have boobs? I don't think they do.
How do they feed their babies?
Well,
they
I don't know.
Eggs
when Daddy Lizard looks at Mommy Lizard, he's thinking about something.
Maybe. What was it? There was somebody that posted posted a video or a picture the other day. It was on Facebook, I think, and they said, I really appreciate Magic the Gathering for portraying reptilian humanoids without boobs. I'm like, that's a good point, you know.
If it exists, then there's porn of it on the internet. And on that note, Ash, why don't you tell the boys and girls again? Because we're gonna wrap it up. We are gonna set that raid train on over.
We gotta do the goats.
We gotta do mop up goats. So while Ash introduces himself for the last time tonight, we appreciate you being here. I love having you on. You were one of my favorite guests. Make sure to like, share, subscribe, follow, repost, get all those in there. So we're going to do mop-up goats before you leave because we know you're great, but we want to make sure you're goated. And while you do all that, Ash, again, is going to let us all know where we can find him, who he is, and what he does.
Yep. Find me at 123MadAsh on Rumble. That's my only home is on Rumble at this point in time. I do a little bit of the Wondercast thing on Saturdays at 8 p.m. Central Time. I go all the way, do the spiritual information at the beginning with the Law of One information. I get into the topic of the night, which is 2 or 3 hours long. Then I get into the weirder and weirder stuff as the night rolls on with the hangout session. And then I do, every 30 minutes music videos. And then, of course, every so often I have a Lightside Radio Wondercast special that gets into a lot of music. I mean, heavy into music. Don't do any spiritual information at the beginning, but I get about an hour and a half to hour and a half worth of topic. Then I get into the weirder and weirder stuff. And we do music videos every 15 minutes on that night. And of course, once a month, we have our show there on my show, which is Conspiracy Talk. We do a panel show, which Shawn, I'd love to get you on the panel show sometime. Quite honestly.
I don't want to ruin your show, sir. I mean, I'll do it, but I don't want to ruin your show. Have you ever talked to me? I'm kind of retarded.
Well, I mean, honestly, I would like to get you.
You missed Poopgate last week.
Yeah, dude, you missed Poopgate. I mean, you would have loved that one. You would have loved that story. But I would love to have you on the show sometime on the panel show.
You have your people talk to my people. I'm sure we can.
That's me, Ash. I'll get him on.
Sounds good. I mean, I'd love to have you on.
She's literally my secretary.
We do once a month for that show. So the third weekend of the month, I usually run about 9:30 p.m. Central Time because I know that me and Gina have our show right before that usually. Yes. On that day. And of course, we talk about all the weird stuff on that show, the Conspiracy Talk. We get into the funny stuff. We get into the weird stuff. We get into all the different types of conspiracy topics that's out there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty much just a conspiracy run. It's
free for all.
It's a conspiracy free for all. Then, of course, Tuesdays is my Lightside Radio broadcast. If you like the music thing, and let's just put it out there. You go, man, I don't know if I like Ash's spiritual stuff and all the weird stuff that he talks about. Well, maybe I might like my music show. So Lightside Radio broadcast at 3 p.m. Central Time on Tuesdays. I go all the way up until 9 p.m. Central Time. And you can request music there. Anything you want to request. We are polyjammers in there. Whatever you want to play. Country, hip hop, rock, metal. I prefer metal, but that's not everybody's cup of tea. So whatever you would like to play, by all means, play it.
You can mix some Slipknot with some TLC.
Yeah, you never know what you'll find. I mean, we go to extremes on there. You might find country music and then all of a sudden death metal on there. You never know what you'll find on my show. So 3 to 9, that's when you can find the Lightside Radio broadcast. And again, K-Star's Movie Night is also at 9 p.m. Central Time. So if you like the music thing, you like the movies, maybe Tuesdays are for you. All right, that's about all I got for you.
All right, we'll do some goats. Did I do Spuds?
Nope, Spuds came in later.
Maybe how could Spuds come in later? Oh yeah, he did come in later. So Spuds commented and reposted. Spuds is double Gina goated.
Blah 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 blah.
And then we have Alpha Kid Supreme started following the channel and is goated. Thank you for that. And then our man Tweak has commented and reposted. So Tweak is double goated. Thank you, Tweak. Love and appreciate you. And Nina has commented. So Nina is goated. And then P. Wiskowski started following the channel. You were goated for the follow. Thank you so much for that. And then Cosmic a Crazy Lingo started following the channel. You are goated for the follow. Thank you so much for that. And Setch444 also started following the channel, and you were goated for the follow. Thank you so much for that. And Loiter Lots also started following the channel, and you are goated for the follow. That means a lot to us. And a Friendly Slumlord also started following the channel, and you are goated for the follow. Thank you for that. And Dicky Boy also is goated for the follow. Thank you for that, Dicky Boy. We love and appreciate you guys, and we really hope that you do join us whenever you can. 10 p.m. Eastern is when we go, pretty much every single day.
Mhm.
Andrew ADLS has a comment and reposted. He is a double goated. Thank you, Andrew, for being here. And Sugar Bear has reposted the video. So Sugar Bear is goated.
All them goats.
All of them goats. We have to have all of them goats. And Greg Ohio has thrown in a repost. Greg is goated. Thank you, Greg. As Gina had mentioned, Monday nights we do a little thing called Pop Culture Beatdown, where we sort of it's a panel of us, myself, Gina, Mr. Darnell Quigley, and Andrew himself. We sort of talk movies and that kind of stuff. What's going on in the industry, and Andrew knows a lot about a lot, and Darnell he's a nerd, and does some acting himself in some films, and I'm just your normal everyman, and Gina is producer and boobs on that show. And Tuesday and Thursday and Friday we have something called News Hangout. We're trying to find a better name for it, where it's a news show where we exactly don't talk about the news because the news is fake and gay. So instead we do like dick and fart jokes, and we laugh and we make fun of each other and other things. It's pretty goddamn funny. So we tried to be at least entertaining. Wednesday, not this Wednesday, not now, but Wednesday and Sunday we do something called the Boot Nothing, and it's a show literally about nothing. It's just me and Gina, and we we usually debate pointless things. It's chat-based, chat-led, which is sort of the philosophy of the whole channel in its entirety, but chat-based, chat-led. So we don't really know what we're going to talk about. You guys sort of steer the ship, and it's a fucking it's a riot. Sometimes literally, but it's a good time.
There have been riots.
There has been chat riots. And Friendly Slumlord, I'm glad you're here, even though you don't like Canadians. I will listen. I will ease your mind. I have been made many times now by many Americans an honorary American, so that should put you at ease. So yeah.
And I took him to Boston.
Oh shit! No way. The film Darnell is about or is in To Catch a Predator with Robert Pattinson. The first trailer just dropped.
We'll have to watch that Monday.
I think that the film's called Prime Time.
Prime Time.
Prime Time is what that film is called. But yeah, he was in a movie with Robert Pattinson.
Focus.
So, anyways, what we are going to do is we are going to raid to friend of the channel, Joey Cannoli. Now on Joey Cannoli, this is a very big panel show right now, and they're talking all kinds of stuff about all kinds of stuff. There's a lady in the middle. Her name is Nora, and Canada is what America would be if we gave up our guns. Believe it or not, there's a lot of guns here, but not nearly as much as what there should be.
Yeah.
So yeah, Canada and Americans, it's funny. There's a lot of differences between our countries, but in a lot of the ways we're natural allies. But there's so much that binds us. It is kind of cool a little bit.
Yep.
Like, you know what I learned actually An interesting fact. So, in Canada, especially in the trays, we have an expression called "fucking the dog." Right?
I'm gonna ask real quick. What does that mean in Canada?
It means I'm lazy and I haven't done any work.
Oh,
so
all right.
I got nothing done. I've got nothing done. I was just fucking the dog, and
Wow.
which has even evolved to I didn't do nothing. I was just making pups. It's a funny expression that exists here in Canada. Maybe screw the pooch means I've made a mistake. Fucking the dog means I've been lazy and I've done nothing.
Ah,
It's like one of those Canadianisms.
Okay.
gotcha.
Crazy, eh?
Yeah.
Anyways,
that's crazy, eh?
Crazy, eh?
So what?
No dude about it.
No dude about it. I also don't say a boot. We've named the show a boot because it's it's a play on.
Yeah.
What people think I say, but whatever. So right. Point is,
I love you.
we're gonna go to Joey
Is
Cannoli.
the boot thing really a big thing in Canada? Is it
No.
really a big thing?
I've been there multiple times in the last lots of months, and I have never heard anyone say a boot.
It depends. Different parts of Canada might pronounce like that. Like you might get an boot out of Saskatchewan,
Okay.
but Saskatchewan,
eh?
Saskatchewan's not a serious place.
So
Dickie said you
is
guys
that
are
like the
super
sou-
fun.
Is that
Good
like
to
like our
meet you.
southern states?
See you on the next one. I'll see you tomorrow night, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Diggy. And
Yeah.
good luck driving into fucking Boston. I live in Boston. Have fun.
Nikki, when I drove into Boston a couple months ago, the first time I ever drove in Boston, I was like, "What in the fuck is this?"
I
then
told
she's
him,
like,
Dickie.
And then she's like, "Oh yeah, we're under tunnel. So if you see a red line on the in the tunnel, that means we're under city. If you see a blue line, that means we're all going to drown because we're underwater." I'm like,
And you don't drive in Boston.
"You survive it."
You survive it.
That's a saying. Like they say that.
Yeah, you don't drive in Boston. You survive it.
You know, the craziest thing about Boston is that they're happy to be called massholes. They're like, "Oh yeah, I'm a masshole." I'm like, "Why is your fucking you're like, ha ha ha, I'm an asshole." Like that's not a good thing. Try being just fucking nice. They're like, "Yeah, I can't do that."
Choose kindness.
Right? I'm like you could just be nice, and they're like, "No, I'd just rather be a cunt."
Oh, you and Shawn are going to fight, Ellis. On that note, it is Nora's birthday, folks. So when we send you on over to Mr. Joey Cannoli's, make sure in the chat you throw in a bunch of happy birthdays to Miss Nora. She is in the center square. We love her. And make sure to send our best. Show us off. Tell them that Third Railify sent you, and throw all that flashy shit in there.
Yeah, all the flashy shit. Like, go to the raid. Put a bunch of shit in the chat and fuck off if you want. You don't have to stay and watch it, but make us look impressed. Just like
Yeah,
be
make
like,
us look good.
yeah, all the flashy lights. It makes our streaming peepees look big, okay? And that's what we want. All right, okay, chat. Go do that thing and follow Ash. Follow the channel if you're not already. Follow Gina. Just follow. And
Follow the yellow brick road.
until tomorrow.
The yellow brick road.
Until tomorrow, we will we'll see you then. Until then, goodbye. All right, folks, that's a wrap on another episode of A Boot Nothing. We tackled the hard-hitting questions today. Gina, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I'm still mad about the intro, I specifically asked for pigeons to get their moment of glory, and you gave them what? Like half a second? A pigeon coo and done?
Oh, come on, Gina. I gave the pigeons their due. Besides, I upgraded us for the outro. I'm thinking flamingos. Picture it. Bright, pink, standing on one leg. It's pure podcast pizzazz.
Flamingos? No. I wanted pigeons. Those scrappy little city birds with attitude. Not some fancy lawn ornament. Your flamingos are probably sipping martinis by a pool.
All right. I promise I'll give you your pigeon.
Oh, you better, or I'm bringing a flock to your house. And trust me, Shawn, they're not house trained.
And on that terrifying note, folks, we're out of here. Thanks for listening to A Boot Nothing. Like, subscribe, and send us your thoughts on pigeons versus flamingos or, actual topics. See you next time.
Pigeons forever.